Good morning. Yeah, I'll be right back. Shredit's already out there. I was hoping a little Dom action, but I don't think he's under there right now. If he is, he's knocked out. Maybe he had a late night. Get all the fancy piece though. And at least now I don't have to go directly out there instantly. That's cool. Something. Can eat Simon's leftovers. 60 grams of Simon's food. Most the whole can. 15 grams shy. Got a little Simon drool in it. Hey, that's good for you. And one of my succulents is dead out there in my front yard, though it fell over. I've had that thing out there since I moved in here. Apparently, it looks like the stem is hollow from in here. Looking at it from out there, it was, man, that thing was tall too. It was like that tall, but I can just shove the stem into the dirt and it'll start growing it again. Blue. Was asking very hyperthyretic today. There were like 10 pea balls in his litter box. Angle of dangle's off. Hey, aren't you guys supposed to be enjoying Thailand? What y'all doing? Morning. Hello, Mark, Daily Assist B. Resort now. Huh? Birthday, man. What was your first comment about? Man. Why is the White House doing an Easter thing today? Weird. Ooh.
I'm very sorry and I apologize.
You know?
A new study is shed.
You think? Why can't scientists, why can't we all get on the same page with this? I thought this was proven already.
Light on the role medical cannabis could play in cancer care, both as a way to relieve symptoms and potentially fight the disease itself. Researchers at the Whole Health Oncology Institute say studies have been slowed for years, mainly because cannabis is still classified as a Schedule I drug under federal law, making it illegal nationwide. While at least 39 states have decriminalized medical marijuana, the conflict between state and federal laws continues to block doctors and researchers from moving forward. Research director Ryan Castle told The Guardian, in order to move beyond bias, conscious or not, it was essential to use a large-scale, radically inclusive methodology based on mathematical reasoning. To get a clearer picture, his team analyzed more than 10,000 peer-reviewed studies, looking at nearly 40,000 data points to find out if there's true scientific consensus on using medical cannabis to treat cancer. Their findings were released this week in the journal Frontiers in Oncology, which they say the research shows strong support. The analysis shows positive sentiment around medical cannabis is more than 30 times stronger than opposition. Researchers found it can help manage pain, nausea, and appetite loss, and may even have cancer-fighting properties thanks to its anti-inflammatory effects. Scientists say this is a growing consensus in the medical community, and it could signal a major shift in how we view and regulate cannabis in healthcare. The study's authors say it's time to reevaluate cannabis as a legitimate treatment option, even at the federal level. Right now, the FDA has not approved cannabis as a treatment for most medical conditions. Research into cannabis and cancer has mostly focused on relieving symptoms, but scientists are now taking a closer look at whether cannabis might actually help fight the cancer itself. Patients who use cannabis to treat their cancer symptoms reported positive results, with up to 90% saying they felt improvements and fewer than 5% experiencing side effects. Preclinical lab studies have shown cannabinoids, the active compounds in cannabis, can slow tumor growth and even cause cancer cells to die. Scientists say there's a lot of promise, but also a lot to learn. They're calling for more clinical research to fully understand how cannabis could play a role in cancer treatment. However, researchers point out that cannabis may not work the same for everyone, since different type of cancer at different stages can affect how well it works. The U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency is in the process of rescheduling cannabis from a Schedule I narcotic, a category that includes things like heroin, to Schedule III. This would allow for pharmaceutical testing with fewer government regulations. As of March, the process has been put on hold. For Straight Arrow News, I'm Kayla Carey. For unbiased, fact-based coverage, download the Straight Arrow News mobile app.
Maybe even less than that.
Attempts to sell Pokemon cards, but no one wants to buy? Now standing behind his booth at the local collector's fair, Randy smirked at the crowd. His table was covered in laminated
Randy. All the chicks left to me? Yeah, man. Hell, I guess I was at one point completely covered in them. Oh. They're back. Back with the guys. Doing what they do. Orgy time. Did you know? 8 to 9. Well, they might take showers afterwards, so I don't know. They might have to wait around to see them. Orgy time! I'm here to... I man the station during orgy time. But... my time will come. Said it would. Like you bet it. And in the station.
Here's a combo that'll finish any fight right away, guaranteed, okay? So, you're gonna start with the jab, you're gonna slip the cross, and then immediately... Anyways, this is a sign made with a stainless steel backplate. The plan you see is fake, but the price is amazing.
Ma'am, what's wrong?
Where's my cock? Anyways, you're looking for a sign-making company, then you've come to the right place.
Do you guys think men can get pregnant? Like, it's a yes. Obviously, it's a yes. There's no question.
It's true. I'm pregnant. Anyways, do you know if your sign company is reliable? You can check their lead time.
Hi there. I'm Cody. Pronouns em, ers, or zem, zers, or really any neo pronouns that aren't.
Anyways, how to know your sign company is trustworthy is by confirming the sign before shipping.
It isn't sad if you're in your 30s and you dress like a 19-year-old.
Anyways, if your LED sign is easy to rust as time goes by, tell them to knock it off.
Don't step on my damn dress, bitch!
Anyways, how to know your sign company is trustworthy is by confirming the design before shipping. Anyways, how to know your sign company is trustworthy is to see how they ship your signs.
Be fat now! Be fat today!
Anyways, how to know if you spend on science worthwhile? A simple way is to check if they have spare parts.
So it's come to my attention that most people don't understand how trans people transition, specifically trans women.
Don't care. You need to know how to make the cost of signage worthwhile. A simple way is to check if they have spare parts. LC sign would provide spare thread rods and nuts and sleeve nuts. Suitable template with holes, transformer, or adapter in the package.
I have one of the longest tongues in the world. I can touch my eye. I can reach the bottom of my chin. I can also flap it really fast.
Anyways, take a look at our special logo to make your shop special. This eye-catching effect lets others take a fancy to your shop at a glance.
Faster than me.
Hey, you might want to change that name, mate.
Yeah, maybe you want to take that sign down. And get an LED sign with LC sign. For your franchise stores, make sure you buy from a responsible sign company. We have 15 years of experience making signs. We can ship worldwide, no MOQ. Anyways, if your LED sign is easy to rust as time goes by, tell them to knock it off.
Fuck? That
Anyways,
real?
design team is a very important part for a sign company. Designers and LC sign will provide
hotel
description
convention
file, rendering
bullshit.
image, structure file, whole and
You know what I'm saying?
LED layout,
Weirdos
and
at a hotel.
diagram. Manufactured
That's
only
when it's really fun to work at a hotel, probably. Hey man, we got the fucking bondage S&M dominatrix convention coming through this week, man. You should go hang out in the lobby, man. It's gonna be a trip. What else was that? How else could that have been happening? A group like that. They meet weekly at the gym. Dude, I just found a video making fun of Pop the Balloon. That guy I was watching the other day. Let's see.
What's good, people? Welcome to Pop the Balloon or Find Love, the dating game where romance is one balloon pop away from disaster or destiny. One hope.
Why on earth are we here? This is such a bad idea.
Relax, bro. This show will get us the clout we need to become famous. Then we turn that fame into money.
I don't even want to be famous. I think I should leave.
Let's find out.
You're up.
Wait, can I pass?
You're up now. Go.
Alright everyone. We have our 5 girls lined up ready for the next candidate. Here is Wojak.
All white though.
Oh shit. I think we might just have experienced the fastest pop in history of this show. Hope you're not feeling too bad about it, mate.
I'm dying. Help me.
Alright, let's move on to the girls and ask them why they popped. Mary, why did you pop your balloon?
Sorry, but I need a man with drive, goals, hustle.
Alright, understandable. How does this make you feel, Wojak?
What do you mean understandable? I literally didn't even introduce myself yet.
I know, but you look like you can't provide for me.
Why? You don't know anything about me.
You look poor.
Alright.
Okay, thank you for
That's
your
the show, pretty
explanation,
much.
Mary. Time to move on to girl number 2. Why did you pop Anna?
I'll be completely honest. Your vibe just screams sadness and instant noodles.
True story, I love how you explain yourself.
The fuck do you mean true story? Are we in a roasting show?
Relax, Wojak. These girls are only sharing their feelings. Let's move on to girl number 3.
Hi.
Hi.
So tell me, Angela, why did you pop your balloon?
You look like a guy who splits the bill after dinner.
Well, I'm not.
Okay.
Would that give me a chance with you then?
Nah, still not. I get the feeling you don't have a job.
Well, that's wrong. I do have a job. Maybe it would help if you give me a chance to introduce myself before making conclusions.
So Wojak, would Angela be a person you could fall in love with?
Based on looks, yes. But I don't think we could match mentally. What?
How dare you speak about her like that? You think you're Andrew Tate?
What? I literally said we wouldn't match.
Stop talking before you make me hit you.
What's up with nobody allowing me to talk? Are you also biased by looks?
Easy, 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 guys. Let's move to girl number 4. Nancy, why did you pop the balloon?
Because he looks ugly.
Alright, on to girl number 5.
Hello.
Hi, Chloe. Before you say anything, please take it easy on our friend here. He's got the worst riz that I have seen in any episode. I think he's about to cry.
Dude, I'm literally standing here.
Okay, Chloe, why did you pop the balloon?
Wait a minute. I'm not letting myself getting roasted this easy. From the moment I stepped in, I made zero chance here. Today's society is all about looks and it's messing up generations to come. There is literally zero dating in this show and it's only about getting cheap views. If you're watching this show, please remember that this isn't a real representation of dating. Modern standards are ruined by these brain rot shows and they make people feel insecure about themselves. Let's not normalize this, guys.
Alright, anyway, Chloe, so why did you pop the balloon?
Because he is boring.
It is a shitty show, though. Like, that dude watching it, I'm thinking, why? Did anybody waste their time watching this shit? Just dribble. Show me the ginger. It's in my cupboard. Far away.
Well, House Judiciary Chair Congressman Jim Jordan joins us now. Congressman, what do you make of the Supreme Court's decision?
Well, I think the Solicitor General said that the administration is going to look for some other statutory way to remove these individuals. We'll just have to wait and see how it plays out. I think it'll play out in a pretty expedited way. But the bottom line here is that, you know, there are people who came to this country illegally. There is some level of process that they're due, but it's not the same as we American citizens. You know, we're entitled to due process under the Constitution. They're entitled to some level of process. The Justice Department says they're going through that, evaluating each and every one of these individuals.
Congressman, I just want to take a moment here. Sorry to interrupt, but the New York Stock Exchange is holding a moment of silence for Pope Francis after his passing. Let's go to the New York Stock Exchange.
Gives a shit. It's a moment of silence. What are you gonna watch? Them being quiet? Wow, that's amazing. Look, being quiet on the New York Stock Exchange for a minute. These greedy, money-grubbing assholes cannot care about money for a whole 60 seconds. America really is spiritual, ain't it? Weird. It's a fucking publicity stunt. Why are there multiple cameras in here zooming in and people taking pictures, press walking around everywhere? Who gives a shit? If the cameras weren't there, this shit wouldn't be happening. Actually, if media didn't exist, these fucking people wouldn't be doing this right now. Okay.
They had it, their moment
good
of silence. A
little
minute of
virtue
silence
signaling for everybody in the
passing
stock
of Pope
exchange.
Francis at the age of 88. Congressman,
so
sorry to interrupt,
holy.
but let's get back to the Supreme Court's
God
decision.
and money really go together.
What are the options for
Stupid.
the administration?
Well, it does in the Catholic Church.
Well, I think, again, they've asked to use other
And the
authority
Jew
to
church.
deport migrants
I
who
guess all
are
the
here
churches.
illegally.
That makes sense.
We'll see how that plays out. We'll see how this case is argued in front of the court. I think it'll be a pretty quick decision that we get to. But the bottom line is the president ran on this issue. He told the American people what he was going to do. I think the Alien Enemies Act is entirely appropriate. It talks about predatory incursion. So many of these individuals are here are doing exactly that. So I think we just got to let this play out in court. But this administration is committed to doing what they told the American people they were going to do, what they were elected to do, and they've been carrying that out.
Yeah.
We'll continue to see how this plays out in our courts.
I want to get to this one as well, Congressman. I want you to listen to what Senator Van Hollen had to say in defense of his taxpayer-funded trip to visit that alleged MS-13 gang member, Abrego Garcia. Listen to this.
I want to be very clear. I'm not vouching for the man. I'm vouching for the man's rights, his constitutional rights to due process. And the proper place to litigate that is in the courts. My whole point here is if you deprive one man of his constitutional rights, you threaten the constitutional rights of everybody.
And Congressman, you know, why are Democrats so hung up on defending an illegal immigrant who the administration says is a known gang member? I don't get it.
Yeah, an illegal immigrant who's a member of this MS-13 gang who actually was in front of a judge, and a judge determined that those facts were accurate. Now, there's been a subsequent judge who said that, he may be in danger because he says there's another gang who wants to do him harm. I think it's interesting. He's not a member of MS-13, but there's another gang that wants to do him harm. You got to kind of wonder about all that. But there has been a level of process. Again, not the same level that we as American citizens get, but there has been a level of process, and that they do this, I think, for every single individual they're going through. They're evaluating, they're looking at this, they're seeing, was this person a member of a gang? Is he here illegally? If so, then they're gonna send this individual back. So Mr. Van Hollen Senator Van Hollen can do what he wants, but I think the American people understand what's going on here, and they understand the whole context. 10 million people allowed in the previous administration just to come into this country. They understand that as well.
Exactly. Congressman Jim Jordan, terrific stuff as always. Congressman, thank you very much.
Hooking up with straight men just hits different. It's 1:30 in the morning, and I'm used to being out and about at this time, but it feels different. When I was a gay boy, it was like, look at me with another gay boy, being an ally to the community. And now I'm not an ally. I guess I'm a traitor. I feel like I'm behind enemy lines. I've infiltrated a group I don't belong to, and I'm learning their secrets. I just had a hookup where we didn't talk about musical theater. Like, I don't even think he's heard of Sutton Foster. What did we talk about, you ask? Hockey. I'm cuddling with this man, and he's legitimately talking about the Oilers and the Maple Leafs and the Lightning, and I'm just quiet, which is like not a thing I really know how to be, but at the same time it's kind of endearing because he's sharing something that he's passionate about, and it's sweet. Like, I am now the girl in lingerie draped on a chaise while a man who makes more than I'll ever see in my life tells me about sporting events with sticks. And honestly, I had a blast. I'm sorry that I'm not being an ally. I'm taking what I can get, and what I can get is pretty good, so.
What? That's so fucking gay. So that fellow we just heard from, whose name is James, started out that first clip by saying, hooking up with straight men. And that is where he lost all credibility. Anyway, welcome.
See, that's the thing, dude. They don't tell the straight men. Oftentimes, they don't tell the straight men, and that's why they're so giddy about it. That's why they felt like he was behind enemy lines. He wouldn't feel like that if the guy knew. You know what I mean? The guy didn't know. And they get off on it. And I've been on the other side of that shit. Yeah, it's, dude, those people are crazy. They're whack. They don't understand what they're doing to other people. Once the other person finds out, they've been kissing a fucking dude. The whole time they're giddy as fuck about it. It's so fun. They're sick in the head, dude. It's not so fun for the other guy because the other guy doesn't know. More than likely, that dude doesn't know. And it gets these people hurt, too. There should be laws against what they're doing to protect them, actually. From someone snapping on their ass when they're drunk or something and being like, "You're a what? You have a what?" You know, like, anyway.
Back. Thank you guys so much for joining me. So I have a very quick and very crazy Easter Clown World update for you guys today, and as usual, we have very little time to waste, so let's get into it. Now, if you place your attention on the screen for a moment. So this fella claims he loves looking like a woman, but he doesn't want to be one. Now, he also says he's straight, which I don't know if I'm buying that, but I guess we'll just have to take him at his word. The caption says, "I'm a straight man who loves looking like a woman, but I don't want to be one. However, my next surgery will be breast implants." What?
You look ridiculous.
All right, we're going to keep it moving with this young lady singing a song about President Trump and his supporters. But before we get into it, I just want to say Happy Easter to all of you, and I hope you're all having a fantastic weekend. Roll it.
There's fascists in Florida, the Nazis in Nashville, tyranny in Tennessee. They're throwing their fits with their tariffs and tricks deep in the land of the free. Against evil, the protesters, punks, and the gays will dance until morning while they're out here snoring. The woke is about to wake. So bring on the maggots, the red-hatted bigots, cry over your privilege and greed. Just know that us faggots, us dirty old hags, we're all calling you a Nazi. Whoa, drink to the people who stand against evil, the protesters, punks, and the gays will dance until morning while they're out here snoring. The woke is
It's a pretty well done song.
Your song? It's awful.
Pretty well done, dude. It's
Now, if you guys think that most of the
shit
regular
in the-
people we see in these
the
videos
message
are
was
slightly
shit, but-
unhinged, wait till you hear this take from washed-up Hollywood actor John Leguizamo. Roll it.
3. Fund state-level resistance infrastructure. Don't just send postcards, send resources. Channel DNC funds into rapid response teams, legal defense coalitions, sanctuary networks, and digital
Dude,
security training.
what in the fucking busted ass lid kind of shit is John Leguizamo got going on right here? What the hell? This dude's like a millionaire. He's got a lid on it. It looks like it's, I don't know if this is dirt. But the sticker, when he pulled it off, and it's still like half stuck to it. Eyes are all bloodshot. Like, dude, he ain't looking so good. Son of Sam, dude, got all busted up.
If the federal government is hijacked, build power underneath it. If the laws become tools of oppression, help people resist them legally, locally, and boldly. This is not campaign season. This is an authoritarian purge.
Botox, too, it looks like in his lips.
Act like this is the end of democracy because it is.
Weird.
We will remember the warriors come primaries. Fighting this regime should be your marketing strategy. And let's be clear, the reason the other side always seems 3 steps ahead is because they are. They're prepared for this. They infiltrated school boards, courts, local legislatures, and police unions. They built the machine while you wrote press releases. We're reacting. They've been executing a plan for years. It's time to shift from panic to blueprint. You should already be working with strategists and military minds on Project 2029, a coordinated long-term plan to build this country. When the smoke clears, you should be publicly laying out the laws and amendments you'll pass to ensure this never happens again, the systems you'll tear down and the safeguards you'll enshrine, the plan to hold perpetrators of human atrocities accountable, the urgent commitment to immediately bring home those sold into slavery in El Salvador. You say you're the party of the people? Then show the people the plan.
Are you out of your fucking mind? And next up, we have this lady who is part of the loving and tolerant left. Now, I just want to say something real quick before I let her speak. I don't think liberals are bad people. I think the vast majority of them are severely misinformed. Roll it.
Let me explain this to you like you're a piece of fucking shit. If you voted for that man, you are a bad person and you're dumb. Those are the two immediate facts about you. Third thing that you should know about yourself is that if you think liberals are bad people, if you think that people who didn't vote for that man are bad and evil and mentally ill, it doesn't make sense at all, because how would you know? How would you know? Are you a liberal? Have you experienced any of that stuff? Have you been trans? Have you been LGBTQ? Have you ever had a moment of empathy in your life? No, none of those things at all. You've never actually personally experienced them. So then how would you know? You don't know anything. Because you're dumb and you're a bad person. See, those are the two primary facts about you.
She was nasty. Ooh. Now, some of you may have heard that over in the UK recently, the Supreme Court ruled that in order to be a woman, you can't be a man. And that has a lot of people in the trans community over the pond very upset, including this fella. Roll it.
Today, the Supreme Court of the UK has ruled in favour of 4 women Scotland, and this means that the legal definition of a woman is based within biology. You must biologically be a woman to enjoy the protections of a woman in the Equality Act. So this means a transgender woman with a gender recognition certificate, which is not an easy thing to get, is not going to be able to enjoy the same protections that a woman would in the Equality Act of 2010. The implications of this are worrying, really, really worrying, because this means that trans women aren't able to access the vital support services that are based only for women. We don't quite know the full implications of this.
Yes, fly on the food.
Vital the Labour government makes sure that this does not destroy 20 years of progress made by the trans community. And we're not 100% certain that they're going to be able to do that, or they want to do that.
He's got a forehead like a drive-in movie theater. Hey guys, real quick, before we go any further, I want to give a huge shout out to the sponsor of today's video. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to let this loop on the screen. This young lady's face looks like the top of one of the desks we used to have in the classrooms back when I was in school. Anyway, today's video is being brought to us by Melissa Young. Melissa, thank you so much for sponsoring today's video. I really appreciate the support. And I want to give a big shout out to today's honorable mentions, Diane C. and Jess M. from Canada, for each leaving a super thanks on the last video. So Diane and Jess, thank you both so much. I really appreciate it. So once again, today's video sponsor is Melissa Young, with the honorable mentions going to Diane C. and Jess M. Now, if you'd like to sponsor the next video and help support the channel, there is a PayPal link in the description box below, and I will say your full name as a sponsor of said video unless stated otherwise by you. But I think we've all seen enough of this young lady for one day. Get this off the screen, please. Oof.
Why? Why would you do that to yourself?
And next up, we have this individual who is a biological man that identifies as a trans woman, and I feel like this guy's whole shtick is just to creep people out. Roll it.
I know what to do. Bone
Bone Bear, can I ask you a big favor? Hi, little Bone Bear. Bone Ball over by the ferry has been being really rude. And I was wondering if you might tonight come on by and maybe just eat Bone Ball. Just eat it. Her. Sorry, I don't remember. What are Bone Ball's pronouns? I know mine. What are your...
Maybe that would fall under the category of creepy.
And next up, we have this young lady doing one of those man on the street type interviews, although in this case, it would be woman on the street, I suppose. Anyway, it looks like she's at some kind of pride event. Roll it.
He said if you're born with male DNA, you can never become a woman. What would you say to correct that claim?
I say your body, your choice.
Okay.
I agree. Your body, your choice.
Okay. To become a woman?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. What is a woman?
I don't even know how to answer that. Gender's not a construct, so.
Alright. So. If someone says, I'm now a woman, what does that mean that they are?
I don't know how to answer that.
I don't know how to answer that. Are you guys women?
I'm whatever I want to be.
Right, but are you a woman?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. What are you?
They, them.
They, them?
Yep.
Okay, so you're neither male or female.
I don't know what I identify as anymore.
Okay.
So.
What have you identified as in the past?
She, her.
She, her?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would that be a woman?
Yes.
Okay, so you are a woman.
Sure.
Okay. Well, I guess you identify as a woman.
I don't want to answer this anymore.
That just makes no fucking sense. I mean, it's just bullshit. Oh my.
All right, guys, we're going to be wrapping it up with yet another clip of DEI Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. Just a real quick video today, guys. I just wanted to come on and wish you all a very happy Easter. Now, as you're listening to this, imagine if the roles were reversed and this was a white congressman saying this. Anyway, things are clearly getting very crazy out there, guys, so please take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Till next time, love you guys. Peace. Roll it.
I want y'all to know that every day that I walk in those halls, regardless of whatever rhetoric they put out about me, I am a very serious lawmaker. At the same time, if you try me, you will find out. I just want to be clear about that, because I am truly a black woman at the same time.
What did you say? What the f did you just say?
I want y'all to know that every day that I walk in those halls, regardless of whatever rhetoric they put out about me, I am a very serious lawmaker. At the same time, if you try me, you will find out. I just want to be clear about that, because I am truly a black woman at the same time.
I'm telling you, I'm going to drop the N-bomb if I have to.
2, 10, 12, 15. Oops, stepping on them. It's black. Anyway.
Bongo, welcome back.
So what, Mr. So what do you think would happen to him if he came back to this country? As your understanding of immigration laws, what do you think would happen?
But I'm just asking.
No, it's important to know. You're asking a lot of questions.
The president.
You are all asking a lot of questions about this, and you all seem to care about it a lot. So let's see if any of you have researched anything about this issue at all. Can anyone here tell me what would happen to the illegal alien from El Salvador if he came back to the United States? Does anyone here know? Does anyone want to guess? Any of you? I'm talking now. You need to stop. I'm talking now. Does any of you?
Why was it unanimous?
You're done. Does any of you know the answer to the question? Does any of you? You've been talking about it for days.
Deport him again now.
He would be arrested. He'd be put in confinement. He would be deported the second time to El Salvador again, because there's no withholding order for an alien who's a member of a foreign terrorist organization, number one. Number two, is the gang that he's a member of doesn't exist in El Salvador anymore. So what you're asking for is to be deported twice. But additionally, if we chose to pretend, just pretend, that the withholding order was real, he would be deported to a different country. So if he came back and under our laws, he was then deported to Egypt or to Somalia, would you then be saying, great, I'm so glad that you deported him to another country? Is that what you'd all be saying? Like, do you understand our immigration laws at all? Guys, do you know the difference between a deportation order and a withholding order? Do you know the difference? Any of you, please. Do you?
We're not in the government.
But you couldn't even spend 72 hours over the weekend learning the distinction, even though you've been writing and talking about it this whole time. I'm almost at a loss for words for how outrageous it is. Here's the individual, the man who has been deported to his home country of El Salvador, who has been repeatedly documented by multiple federal and state authorities to be a member of MS-13, one of the most violent and ruthless criminal organizations on planet Earth, which is now a designated foreign terrorist organization, and an individual who has been incredibly implicated in human smuggling and human trafficking, an individual who is a documented woman beater, somebody who has viciously assaulted a woman in ways that shock the human conscience. That is who the Democrat Party is going to provide aid, solace, and comfort to. Senator Van Hollen seems to be under the very confused impression that this MS-13 terrorist is his constituent. He is President Bukele's constituent. He is President Bukele's citizen. He is President Bukele's resident. He is not a Maryland man. He is not a Maryland anything. He is an illegal alien from El Salvador with a deportation order from the United States. And if the entire Democrat Party was to work itself into a state of emotional hysteria to demand the return of illegal gang members and terrorists to our shores, then that 21% will soon be 15, and then it'll be 11, and then all they'll have left is the support of actual confirmed MS-13 members, and that will be the entire base of the Democrat Party.
Oh yeah, and Coachella or some other, it looks like Coachella copyright striked this channel for showing the Bernie speech from Coachella. They didn't just take the stream down. I tried to fight it and get the stream back, and now they've copyright striked me for last night. And now they've taken the stream completely. I can't even like just delete the Bernie Sanders segment out now and keep it. They've deleted the entire stream off of YouTube. Yeah, I don't know if it's even real or not. I don't know, man. I don't know. It might be somebody else claiming it for Coachella. I think I'm gonna fight it. I'm more disappointed they just took the whole, it was day 318. Deleted it. Yeah, right. They don't care about getting the fucking word out? What the hell? Why does it matter if I'm talking shit about it? Isn't the message still gonna get out there? Like, I didn't restream any of the music from Coachella. Only a political speech. And I had commentary on top of it. I don't know. That's why it's like, is this real right now? Are they really doing this right now? Like, they take this to court? I'm pretty sure I would win this for a fair use case. I stopped it multiple times while he was talking to say some shit about what he was saying. Not like I just put it on and didn't comment on it. That's nice. I have a little while to respond.
Happening now in Denver, a high-stakes showdown over President Trump's use of the Alien Enemies Act to deport Venezuelan migrants accused of belonging to a gang.
CU reporter Justin Adams is live now at the Denver Federal Courthouse in downtown Denver.
And Justin, some people deported from Colorado under that act have already wound up in a prison in El Salvador. That's according to their lawyers.
Yeah, that's actually 2 young men, and the issue here is what kind of rights do the people have to challenge the allegations made against them by the government before they're sent to a place like that prison you were just talking about in El Salvador. The Denver federal court last week barred the removal of any non-citizens in the District of Colorado who are or will be subject to the Alien Enemies Act. President Trump says the U.S. has faced an invasion by the Trained in Agua gang, and he has the authority to use the law originally passed in 1798 and last used during World War II here in Colorado to hold Japanese Americans at Camp Amanchi.
If you think about internment camps during World War II in the United States, that's the kind of framework that we're looking at in terms of how this law has been used in the past.
Late last week, lawyers for the Justice Department filed a response saying the petitioners in this Colorado case, who are 2 Venezuelan men, are not being detained under the Alien Enemies Act, so they're asking the judge to deny the motion altogether. This issue has been a subject of a number of emergency filings over the weekend, and we're going to have the latest on today's hearing, and the hearing has just began. So once we find out the ending of that, we'll let you know right here on CBS News Colorado. In Denver, your reporter Justin Adams, covering Colorado First.
Just
Democratic lawmakers are traveling to El Salvador on Monday to advocate for the release of Kilmer Abrego Garcia. What? Hey. The top comment is, what about Americans that are locked in prisons? Some for marijuana, some for exercising their Second Amendment rights. They should be free. Yeah. Americans, dude, the Democrats really think that this is going to fucking win people over. This is ABC News, by the way, and all the comments are like, a waste of American money. This is so ridiculous. They look ridiculous doing this. Only if they cared about Americans that much. I do not approve my tax dollars being used for this trip. What are they gonna do? Start a war with it? Such a muppet. We just can't be stupid. Like, this isn't Fox News comments. ABC News people are like, what is this dumb shit? Like, pretty soon, MSNBC people are gonna be like, would y'all please knock it off? You're making us look stupid. Happening.
An up-and-coming app puts a new twist on live shopping.
This guy, Rich Jamiro, explains in today's Rich on Tech. Good morning, Rich.
Hey, we know these channels are popular, the home shopping networks. We're very familiar with them, but now an app called Whatnot is putting the power of live selling and shopping right into the hands of everyone. I visited a sneaker shop on Melrose that's using the platform to live sell and rack up sales in seconds.
Look at that timer. 10, 9, 8, 7. I got nothing but bangers today. As soon as I see 1,000 people, I'm about to do something crazy. Size 8.5, brand new, go. 5 seconds.
Think of it as a high-tech twist on home shopping.
So instead of us keep opening stores, we're like, how do we give the same experience online?
With the right personality and products, anyone can become a pitch person right from their phone.
It's about to go rapid fire. Steal, $300 sold. How to keep an audience engaged is super important. Like everyone could sell the same Jordans or shoes or clothes, but I think the personality is what brings people out there.
Adil Shams is CEO and co-founder of Cool Kicks, a well-known buy, sell, and trade sneaker shop.
15 years ago, I went to a yard sale, found a box of used Jordans, cleaned them up, sold them on eBay, made some money, and then ever since then, I've just been into the hobby.
Recently, in addition to in-store and online sales, they've turned to live selling. Over the past 9 months, they've moved more than 200,000 items.
I think this is like the year that like live shopping like really kind of breaks onto like the main stage.
They're using an app called Whatnot. Think live stream meets auction with built-in tools for selling. Followers tune in to be entertained, see products, and bid instantly.
Entertained?
Be engaging, interact with the audience.
It's not just sneakers. Whatnot has become a platform for influencers, small businesses, and collectors to sell everything from clothes and toys to electronics and even exotic plants. The app takes an 8% cut of sales.
Look how fast that went, $600. Wow. In 3 seconds.
I watched as a deal ran through
Brag about all
various
the money you're
sneakers,
making,
some
douchebag.
selling in seconds, generating over $10,000 in minutes. He even gives away free shoes and uses a built-in feature that sends his massive live audience to other creators, giving them an instant boost.
This is the future of commerce. So if you are a brick and mortar store and you're noticing decline in sales, start pivoting now. The time is now. Brand new, chat. Brand new box.
$900 off a pair of
size 11 men.
$50 sneakers.
2, 1.
Because I'm a scalper and I'm proud of it, baby.
All right, last year sellers on Whatnot
What the
racked up
fuck?
$3 billion
They're glorifying
in sales. The
scalping
app
shoes right
expects
now.
to exceed
Fuck
that
you,
number
news,
this year.
and fuck that
Don't
guy.
to download it, try it out. Go to my website, richontech.tv.
It's seriously what just
Like I say,
happened.
everything old is new again. New twist and something we've all known forever.
Let's glorify ticket scalpers next.
Someone hasn't done that sooner, quite frankly.
What else is bulk the fuck up and
One of the
people
big-
take advantage of the fact and sell it for 4 times, 10 times as much online? Let's put them on the news too and promote the fucking platform they use to take advantage of us. Oh yeah. Why don't we promote StubHub again? I haven't seen them in the news lately. Those people are the reason why everybody has to pay more for shit. Or rules and shit against them doing that. Whole capitalistic thing, but capitalistic country never will be, probably. I feel like I visited a high-end thrift shop. Yeah. Trick is, you gotta dip them. Christy Naomi's purse was stolen. Damn. Washington, D.C. restaurant over the weekend. What the fuck? She had $3,000 cash in her purse along with her passport, makeup bag, VHS access card, apartment key, and other items. A man wearing a mask allegedly walked by the secretary's table and snatched the purse. Easy. Christy. Right to the water. Okay. That makes putting the water all worth it. Cleaning the bowl every morning and putting the fresh water out makes it worth it. One of them really needs it. There's probably not much water out there. It doesn't rain here often. And any water that is here is probably stagnant and non-potable. I don't know if anybody else around it water out every day. Alright, damn, he's drinking a lot. Interesting too that he comes by around the same time. Was it? I think yesterday. Man, he's so thirsty. I do have the gourmet water though. Oh. And I wish you'd stop going under the house though a little bit. You don't have any reason to be going under there. Oh. I need to go dig a hole and shove that succulent into it and just cover it back up and water it and see if it comes back to life. Yep. That's what I need to do. He needs a lopping. He needs rope. When I start budding, as soon as that fucker starts budding, I'm gonna be getting super antsy. I might have to get an arborist in here. Nip it in the bud. Dude, Simon, dude, I wish you would just use her litter box at this point. Oh, you're kidding. We might have a happening over here now. He doesn't know what to do. Every now and then Simon's got to get it out. Get all his grievances out. China tests hydrogen-based bomb that burns hotter and longer than TNT. Hey, bing, bing, bing. You're the first one to do it? Man. Man. That never really took off, did it? I was talking about the Pope. Back. Apparently she wanted to finish up her food. That's not good enough for her. Sure does eat a lot here. She ate the entire first plate. For what seems to be someone else's cat. She sure doesn't eat much of the food. Her owners. I do have the fancy piece. I didn't think I was going to be able to stream today, actually. When I saw that copyright thing last night, I thought I was cut off for a week, but that's a different kind of, that's a community guideline strike. It would have cut me off. Ow! Sweet pea. No. Don't bite me like that. That's too hard. Hurts. No, 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 no. Fuck. knew she did wrong though, because I yelled at her. Get out of me, man. Yo, like she'll be like, she'll be barely doing it, and all of a sudden she's like, ah. It's trippy how different cats are, like, to one another. How they have their own personality. She's so much different than Simon. Yeah. Come on. Smart girl. So weird when it comes to biting. I really don't remember him biting so much like she does. He picking her up too. Like she always tries to run away from me when I'm trying to pick her up. Like if I go over there right now and try to pick her up, she'll probably run away from me. I'm into either. See. Like she walks up. Oftentimes she'll walk away from me if I go up to her. A little depressing. I usually just make a game out of it. Like, I'm gonna get you. But at the same time, I'm thinking, like, why are you always doing that? Like, she does it without me acting like I'm gonna try to get her. I'm just trying to be nice and pet her. And goes, walks to the other side of the room, just me trying to pet her. Yeah, bro. What? Here. He's up there. Here. Oh, I mean, she knows where the food comes from, and I've been shorting her. So, I don't know if that's the same as love or not. I think if she comes up to me this time, I'll go fill the bowl up again for her. Yippee. Over there now. Your own woman. Your own. No. I'm just a servant. He looks skinnier? No way. That fast? Oh, that's possible. Still feels fat. A whole lot of belly fat. Well, look where this guy's at now.
The negotiations are going, even though it looks like they're going very badly. So, just a thought. There's a panga boat. Those are fishermen that work off the coast of Panama. You know, the word Panama in the original indigenous language of the Cacique Indians meant plenty o' fish. There's lots of fish in the waters off of Panama. So one other thing about the potential for attack, we talk about the Houthis. The United States has made about 70 strikes over the weekend on Yemen. So they're continuing to bomb Yemen. But some leaders, some higher ups, you know, top brass in the U.S. military is starting to point out a little more forcefully, perhaps, that the United States is not going to bomb its way out of this problem. There's going to have to be boots on the ground to actually finish this fight with the Houthis. And, you know, really the best way to do it would be to go after Iran militarily, so they are cut off from their source of supply, and then continue to bomb the Houthis until they're just very degraded. But do you want this to go on for a year, 2 years, 3 years? Is it? I wonder if you're American, how do you feel about the United States being involved in an air war against Yemen, not a ground war, but an air war for the next 2 years or 3 years? Or do you want to see them ramp it up? Okay, I mean ramp it up like big time to the point where our enemies are begging us to stop. And we could do that in a matter of weeks, most likely. Get them to the point where they're really over a barrel economically, and then we could end it. Yeah, I think most people want to see the United States get this done. So if you have President Trump's phone number, send it to me and I'll call him and tell him to hurry up and get this thing done and stop half-stepping it as they're doing so far. The IDF struck several targets inside Lebanon and over the last several days. And after those strikes in central Lebanon, reports deal a significant wave of attacks in nearby western southern region. In another southern locality, Hezbollah supporters were filmed chanting allegiance to their leader as smoke from the strikes was visible in the background. So the IDF is continuing to take out Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is trying very hard to show that they've got the same no-quit attitude that the Hamas has, but we'll see how that goes. The Syrian regime under HTS apparently seized a truck loaded with smuggled weapons in southern Syria, just south of Damascus, and was heading for the border with Israel, or the West Bank border over there. There are a lot of problems in that area with landmines, so be praying for me as I go to Syria this coming week. I leave Thursday, and we'll be heading to Syria for a couple of weeks. So be praying for me. There's a lot of, thank you, PC. There are a lot of improvised explosive devices and landmines and stuff that have been peppered throughout that country. And unfortunately, they say that 249 people have been killed, and another 379 have been wounded by roadside bombs and mines inside Syria over the past couple of weeks. Okay, that is about all I've got. One more thing about the U.S. strikes on the Houthis in Yemen. We struck their fuel depot last week, or over the weekend, and it's called the Ras Isa Fuel Terminal, and we struck it 30 times. So we wiped that thing out. And in so doing, the Houthis say that 74 people died and $700 million in damages was done to the port, and they shut off their
Came out from the house. You think he's hungry?
But good. They did a good
There
job.
was
Thank
food
you,
on- he
Peter,
could
for
lick
being
off the
a
plate
member
right
for
there.
5 months. That's a big deal. I appreciate all of you who
If he
are
was hungry, he
paying
would lick
members here on YouTube
what's
and over at
left on the plate
chuckholton.com.
off the plate.
Please go to chuckholton.com and
He's that hungry.
subscribe over there, because you get a lot of extra content that way. You get early updates and lots of
just
stuff
licking
that
on the plate?
is
Well,
is
he
worth
didn't lick hard
having,
enough.
access
Why is
to
there
my
still food
books
on
and
it?
my documentaries and things like that. So please,
I've seen what them cats
go
can
over
do
to
to those plates when they're
chuckholton.com and
hungry.
sign up there. That helps to
Not that hard.
sort of future-proof the channel
more
from
food
the
off if
vagaries
they're really
of
hungry.
YouTube, which are many.
Plus, there was a whole plate
One
there
other
when he
thing,
first passed it.
The Houthis falsely claimed that they disabled the Harry S. Truman. Thank you, Stanley Barton. Appreciate that. Very kind to you. Yeah, the Houthis say that they took out the Harry S. Truman. So they've now sunk the Harry S. Truman about 15 times. And it's amazing how the Harry S. Truman just keeps rising from the seafloor and continuing to fight. It's just incredible how the U.S. Aircraft carriers can do that. They also claim that they shot down their, 219th Reaper drone over Yemen, and that was later debunked. And so they are actually, what they shot down was one of their own drones, and their own explosive drones, which fell into an area that was a built-up residential area, and no word on casualties out of that as well. Also, they fired a missile out of Yemen, which fell short and fell into a neighborhood in Sana'a and blew up some houses in Sana'a. So that the Houthis continue to be a sort of, humorous sideshow to this whole conflict. The only thing that's not humorous about it is that they're continuing to shut off the shipping that's going through the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandab Straits and all that. So, all right, that's all I've got for today. We are about to have lunch, and I want you to say hi to our group over here. I'm going to come over and say hello. Say hello, everybody. There's a bunch of hot Zonians. They're enjoying. Are you guys having a good time? Good. All right. So we're having fun. And you can too. We're going to do more of these trips. So if you're interested in joining us on one of our tours, just send an email to info@holtonnews.com. info@holtonnews.com. Maybe one of the mods can put it in the chat there. And send an email and say, I'm interested in a tour, and we'll send you information on our upcoming tours. So we'd love to have you join us in Armenia or here in Panama, the ones we do in Colombia and all that. And if there's a place you'd like to see us do a tour, then put it in the chat, and I'll go through there and I'll consider it. I mean, I don't want to do one to Israel again, because there's 1,000 tour groups that will take you to Israel. You don't need me to take you to Israel. But someplace else that's a little more off the beaten path, we might have a good time. So put your suggestions in the comments, and I'll go through and read them a little bit later. All right, thank you very much for watching The Hot Zone. I appreciate all of you, and we'll see you again next time.
Garvin, I mean, that's true, but he could be losing weight rapidly. He's being too picky. He's a stray or something. Hopefully he's getting the food he needs, the food he likes, and he's coming by here just because he smells females. What are you doing? Oh, look at that ass. Look at that ass right there, boy. Right there, I paid for that. Yeah, I paid for that. Yeah, I give it a good food. Comes right up back out right there. Put it in, she puts it out. Yeah, dude, family gets fed by somebody down the alley, like in mile 16th of a mile down the alley. I see her and Pepe hanging out down there underneath the car all the time. Sometimes he'll see me and come running from down there when I guess they're feeling a little extra hungry. Baby, stop it. What are you doing? Why do you find everything that's not a toy and make it a toy? The room is filled with fucking toys. Stop! Hey. Da, da, da. On Monday. Fucking Pope. Carmela Anthony Pope. Immigrants. Teens are exhausted, and this school is doing something about it. What? They're exhausted probably because they're fucking up constantly on social media.
Finally, a class where dozing off could actually help teenagers earn an A. At Mansfield Senior High School in Ohio, students are getting credit for something they're usually told not to do in class: sleep. The school launched a course called Sleep to Be a Better You to combat the growing issue of teen sleep deprivation. That late night scrolling your teen does, it might not just be rebellion. According to AP News,
look, they're actually admitting that it's the fucking social media.
teens are biologically programmed to stay up later as their circadian rhythms shift. But while their bodies fight bedtime, studies show they're more sleep deprived than ever. Mansfield health teacher Tony Davis says many teens don't actually know how to sleep. And when they doze off during class, it's not laziness, it's exhaustion. That's where this course comes in. Over 6 weeks, students keep a daily sleep log and track their mood and energy levels. They're also taught sleep hygiene basics like avoiding late night snacks and not falling asleep with a phone in their hands. But the issue goes beyond being tired. An exhausted teen is more likely to experience mental health struggles and behavioral issues. According to the CDC's latest data,
do you know what we
April,
had for this when I was a kid? It was called fucking study hall. If you wanted a fucking hour to sleep, you took study hall, and you would sleep during study hall, or you would study and do your homework and shit that you missed, you didn't do the night before. That was sleep time. What are you talking about? The fucking kind of like mandatory sleep hour? Hearted, bro. Wasted. Dude, this is why it needs to go back to the states. Let the dumb state do what they want, and they'll see how it turns out for them.
Teens are reporting mental health challenges, but only 58.5% say they're getting...
Asia approved some study where, like, they would have their workers either do exercise during the lunch break or sleep, and they were much more productive throughout the day if they exercised rather than slept. It actually hindered or hampered their productivity from the nap. I don't know.
The social and emotional support they need. Those without support were far more likely to report anxiety, depression, and low life satisfaction. This tracks with the U.S. Surgeon General's 2021 warning that youth mental health is in crisis. So what else is being done? The National Education Association reported in 2022 that many school counselors and social workers are overwhelmed, underpaid, and understaffed. One counselor says she was the only one
Can you imagine being a school counselor nowadays with all the bullshit going on with the tranny, everything? Even, dude, schools probably have like 10 times more of these people. They can't, like, back when I was a kid, we had like one student counselor for like the whole school or something. There wasn't many, you know. Now they have to have one for every class.
In her entire building at one point. She told the NEA, when you have 5 or 10 kids needing support, then there's not enough of me to go around and meet those needs of every single kid immediately. Federal data backs that up with 17% of high schools operating without a school counselor.
Parents are too busy both working 40 hours a week. They care so much about money and buying shit. And but they don't even know that I want to be a woman.
Counselor. That's nearly 6.
Oh, you'll listen to me? Oh, you got my back? Call me Sally.
654,000 students. To help fill this gap,
Notice
some
that this
schools
fucking
are
bitch had a rainbow necklace on. Of course she does.
654,000 students. To help fill this gap, some schools are turning to technology. Sonar Mental Health is an AI-powered platform that offers 24/7 text-based support through a digital companion named Sony. Sony is guided by trained well-being companions and uses motivational interviewing and cognitive behavioral therapy to help students in real time. In February,
what the fuck is this? Can't kids talk to their parents? Parents would rather have AI raise their kid.
secured $2.4 million in pre-seed funding to expand its services across U.S. school districts. And in partnered classrooms, educators encourage students to sign up.
This, by the way, Ohio of all places, which is, I mean, I thought it was more Republican, Democrat, but I don't know, I guess Cincinnati and Columbus or the major cities or whatever are probably the ones doing it.
And use Sony as a resource in times of distress or when they just need someone to talk to. So whether it's logging more sleep or texting an AI companion for help.
You need someone to talk to. Hey, go talk to your mom. Go talk to your dad, maybe. Let them know what's going on. No. Talk to the AI. Let the AI know everything about you. That doesn't seem like a conflict of interest at all. I see, you know, you'll be getting fucking advertisements for shit that's completely related, you know, like.
Schools are rethinking what mental health support looks like, and it might start by simply letting kids rest. With Straight Arrow News,
Go to school to sleep. Yeah. I know if I knew for a fact I have sleep class, I would have stayed up longer as a teen. Oh, that's true too, huh? That's something too. Like, yeah, I could just make up for my rest and sleep class because they're gonna make you sleep, and it's not like you're not even allowed to study. Because at least with study hall, it's like, man, I gotta fucking do that homework tomorrow before class. At least I got study hall to do it. But if they're dedicating it to where you have to sleep in here, so it's like, well, I'm going to have to sleep for an hour tomorrow in school anyway. They're going to make me put my head down. So maybe I'll stay up a little later so I know that I'll be able to sleep. So I know that I can pass out easily in class. I want the hour to go by faster. They're not going to let me use my phone that whole time. I don't want to just sit there. Prepare for it by not sleeping as much the night before. Point. You hear about someone's like freaking cutting down trees in LA just for the hell of it. Oh, tons of trees are being cut down.
The question tonight.
Probably, it's got to be a Democrat, dude.
NBC4's
Camilla
Republican live
do
now
this?
with the latest on the investigation and the response from city leaders. Camilla.
Hi, Jonathan. This all remains a mystery tonight. We're here on South Grad
The
Avenue by the
LA
Wells
Lopper,
Fargo
yeah.
Center. This is one of the areas that was targeted. You can see here a number of those trees that were chopped down over the weekend. We counted at least 3. And looking at these trees, it appears this was a clean cut all the way through. And tonight, the question remains why somebody would do this. During Medea Musavi's walk Saturday morning,
I live downtown and walked around as I usually do.
Something just didn't seem right.
I saw a tree on Olympic and Hope and it was chopped down. I thought it was the city, to tell you the truth.
And then he says he saw more. Musavi, who runs the Downtown LA Insider Instagram page, shared this video he shot of the cut down trees.
There's a bunch more up there by the Wells Fargo Center. As I'm walking around the city, I'm starting to see trees in more areas. There's 3 right above us on Grand. There's this one behind us.
The other locations include Broadway and Cesar Chavez and Olympic and Figueroa.
And then people started reaching out via online and just basically saying, hey, can't believe it. Have you seen this? Have you seen this? It wasn't an isolated incident. It's clear that this is something a little more sinister.
A statement from Mayor Karen Bass's office reads, that someone would do this is truly beyond comprehension. City public works crews are assessing the damage, and we will be making plans to quickly replace these damaged trees. LAPD has opened an investigation into what happened, and those responsible must be held accountable. Vandalism, leaving people who live here in downtown LA in shock.
I've been living in downtown since 2017, born and raised Angelino. So we've seen it all in our city, but nothing quite like this.
And a public information officer with LA Sanitation and Public Works telling NBC4 that emergency crews will return to the locations tomorrow and, quote, address as quickly as possible. Anyone with more information on this is asked to call the LAPD Central Division. In downtown LA tonight, Camilla Rambaldi, NBC4 News.
Eyelashes you had.
There's a demand for action after a street takeover on Chicago's North Side. Take a look at this. Cell phone video captures the chaotic scene early this morning at Ashland and Diversey in Lakeview. In daylight, you can see the skid marks left behind. We received a number of complaints from people in the neighborhood. A viewer shared this video showing cars doing donuts as fireworks go off. Another neighbor told us he wants Mayor Brandon Johnson to take action.
I think he's too lenient. I think he needs to start being more aggressive with what's
For a
going
different
on.
mayor,
I think
you
he needs to add
dumbass.
more police to the city, have them start doing something instead of just doing what they can. And I think they need to start nipping it and you know, actually holding people accountable for their actions.
Weird, isn't it? So weird that they think that.
Well, the
they're gonna
video
vote
shows
Democrat.
officers responding to the scene, sending
work.
people running. But Chicago police tell us they have no information about the incident tonight.
It's gonna be different this time. You vote Democrat. It's different this time. He's different than the last guy. I'll get you try it, man. Never lopped, you don't know. Really fulfilling. Popping it. I just go lob something I don't even own. I just lob it. Everything deserves to be lopped. Everybody deserves to be a lopper. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Go after everything. Live a lopping life to the fullest. Like my pappy did. You were to offer? Well. Not in the National Opera Database. Be an official opera. You have to get your certs up. Out of date. Expire after 3. Yep, happened to me once. Didn't realize it either. Got mine just in time though, didn't have to retake the test. Man, oh man. Got 2 sizes. Now that's manually. You could rent out the other ones. You rent them out for a pretty penny, I tell you, buddy. Pretty penny. Those are used. While cutting the grass, I do get more dogs. Want it. Keep it long, they don't want it as much.
Very flattering that there's a shot where I run out of bullets and I change the mag and I go back to firing. I think it's the Marines. They show the clip.
They use that at Fort Bragg. 95% of you will not be able to fire as well as this actor.
Telling those maggots, if you can't change your clip as fast as this actor, then get out of my army. I heard something that was very flattering.
I couldn't pop it out, it wasn't long enough. There's a Netflix documentary on him called Val that came out after he died. It's pretty good. Your grass out. Thought about it. Can't. Why not have a grass out there? I don't need it. Thing. Pain in the butt to cut the grass, so when you take it out, you don't have to cut it. The more it rains, the more it grows. Sucks. I like to have the no grass. Neighbor just did that to his yard. Took all the grass out of that patch in front of the sidewalk and replaced it with. That. I see. Crashing.
And this was scary and wild. A shootout in the middle of the day, a 10-year-old child caught in the middle of it, and now we know how it started. Memphis police say they were trying to rob somebody for a pair of shoes. This happened a week ago, March 7th, on Yale Road between Raleigh and Bartlett. Memphis police say there was a group of 5 young people, one of them only 10, trying to steal shoes from somebody outside a convenience store. Well, the person ran inside the store, and that's when somebody in that car sitting across the lot, look at it. See the gun poke out? Yeah. Opening fire on those kids. Oh. Well, they have a gun too, and they shoot back. It doesn't appear anybody was hit. But later, the person, it appears to be a child, whose shoes they were trying to steal, they came up on him, and he runs for help.
Hey, let me get.
Right? So the homeowner did let him in and called police. Memphis police were asking anyone with information on those 5 young kids, including the 10-year-old, to call Crime Stoppers at 528-CASH.
Well, that homeowner's a good.
Oh, what? It's not even that bad of an area. It's not like downtown Memphis or anything. Not Orange Mound.
So the Trump administration now said to be planning to pull another $1 billion in funding from Harvard. This after the elite school rejected a list of administration demands. Karine Hajar, Boston Globe editorial board member, hello to you. And Jimmy Fallon, you know him, you love him from Saturday Night. Ladies and gentlemen, give us Mo.
There it is.
Here is the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the Madam Governor here on the latest possibility.
Donald Trump is giving away intellectual assets. I want America soaring, and what Donald Trump is doing is basically saying to China and other countries, come to the United States, take our scientists, take our researchers. It's part of this continued playbook that Donald Trump has been using, which is to silence critics.
So now, Jimmy, you go first here. It seems as if the White House is not going to give up this battle.
No, ma'am.
And if you read between the lines, it's like Harvard's considering the possibility that could go private.
Yeah, that's what it would appear. But there's an economic consequence to this, just on a basic level. I mean, Harvard, in terms of the revenue it generates in that region, second largest source of income behind Yankee Suck T-shirts. I believe that's number 1. I believe Harvard is number 2. But I feel like we're having 2 separate arguments here, because this was based in what? Stopping anti-Semitism, and now they're talking about the outsourcing of science. I don't see a genuine interest by them in addressing the anti-Semitic problem on the campus. And I feel like they leaked this Trump letter, or at least this letter from the administration, as a means of putting more pressure on the president, as opposed to more pressure on them to maybe conform or evolve.
But I'm not sure if it worked that way.
No, I don't think so either. They want to cut more.
So, yeah, so the White House is doubling down. Here's a Wall Street Journal saying that Trump demands Harvard's foreign funding records. The administration has been concerned about foreign actors attempting to spy on researchers or spread propaganda within academic institutions. Now, it's been a pretty chilly spring in the Northeast. I imagine in Boston it feels that way, too.
It sure does. I mean, people are worried that this puts, like you said, a lot of jobs on the line. But it's not just Harvard and sort of the social justice warriors flitting around the humanities. This really does impact the bigger biomedical infrastructure that Harvard is. You know, it's affiliated with Beth Israel, with with Dana-Farber, with so many of the hospitals that are famous and do life-saving work. So people are worried that anti-Semitism, which it needs to be addressed on campus, to be clear, is being used as a pretext to really go after the institution generally. This isn't just about going after discrimination and Title VI. This is some of the asks are hiring, auditing admissions, auditing the faculty, and auditing for ideological diversity. And you even have folks like Steven Pinker and Larry Summers who have been really big advocates for free speech on campus, sometimes at a personal cost, saying that this is going too far into an infringement on academic freedom, as imperfect as it may be at Harvard.
Topic number 2, speaking of universities and young folks in America, apparently this band took to the stage at Coachella. And they had some pretty blatant things to say with regard to Israel. A couple things here. New York Post, invitation to hate. This was, I guess, Cornell University, right? So we're back in the Ivy Leagues here. Their statement in the Post went this way. The headliner for this Irish band Kneecap, okay? Selected by the student-run Slope Day Planning Board following a poll of students, do I have it right? Kehlani? Was chosen based on her popularity and the genre of her music. The personal views expressed by this artist are their own and do not represent the university. Well, here is what was on stage. Blank Israel, free Palestine. That's pretty blatant, pretty obvious for all to see, Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to point out first and foremost, this crap never happened at my alma mater, Nassau Community College. Okay, we didn't have an anti-Semitic problem. I make a joke to remind you that as a comedian, this story hits differently for me because these schools were banning comedians 5 years ago because they were like, well, if you make fun of something, it trivializes it in a way that people might want to commit an act of violence against it. Now we have a guy singing "Kill the Jews" on stage. I feel like we lost the plot somewhere between safe spaces and no safe spaces for Jewish students. And it's really embarrassing, frankly.
Quick last word.
Just the double standard on campuses, Kehlani coming on with sort of a long line of dangerous rhetoric, and then you don't allow professors who have controversial views on all types of subjects to come speak.
It's pretty blatant right there, though. Right?
Sure
Would
is.
you agree?
I mean, musicians should stick to music.
Corinne and Jimmy, great to have you here.
So much fun. Thank you, guys.
Happy Monday
Have a great
to you.
Monday.
Thank you.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Musicians have always gotten political, though.
This, put this over the head like this, okay? And now we start.
Oh, it started?
Yeah, it's already started. And you can see that, isn't that pretty? Get on the inside, look at what's happening.
What is happening?
What does it look like?
I mean,
look
it looks
at how
like a
everything's...
rainbow, knitting. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, I
yarn.
can see how much it's already. Look at that.
Yep, there, that's exactly right.
The colors are amazing.
Almost
it feels
done.
really good.
Yeah, and she's just gonna knit a hole.
Ready for this?
Yeah, it feels really good.
We want to give you the most coverage possible to be the most comfortable.
I appreciate
Because
that.
this, and that should do it right about, almost there.
Oh my
You ready?
gosh, yes. Don't you have to cut it? So cool. Oh, it's coming off.
Hands up.
Oh my gosh, yeah, put it on. I want to see it so bad. That's so
It's called the
good.
2-minute top.
What? That was barely. Stupid.
Okay.
It's barely holding
Oh
on.
my gosh, yeah, put it on. I want to see it so bad.
Look, she even laughs right there, like.
Hands up.
Oh my gosh, yeah, put it on. I want to see it so.
They know it's stupid. Come on, man.
So bad.
This is so bad. Like, that doesn't even sound real. Come on, man. I want to see it so bad. That's like the one where the dude with the dog poop catcher, the back of the dog. And the guy was like, "Oh, I got to get one of those." He didn't even have a dog.
That's so good.
She's holding it up with her arms. Why did they put shorts on her? They were equally as unfitting to kind of equal it out. I think so. Because if the shorts look super fitted and the top look like it's falling off, it'd be easier to tell, but if everything looks like it's falling off.
2-minute top.
If you ever feel useless, remember this video exists. Social media is making us more dumb. I love how she's breathing in, saying okay like her life depends on it.
This over the head like this, okay? And now we start. Yeah, it's already started. And you can see that, isn't it pretty? It's on the inside. Look at what's happening as it's coming towards her.
Yeah. There's no reason at all for it to be on her head. On her head.
What does it look like?
I mean,
like
it's like a rainbow knitting. Yeah. Oh, I can see how much it's already. Look at that.
Yep, there. That's exactly right.
The colors are amazing.
Almost
It feels
done.
really good.
Ready for this?
Yeah, it feels really
Feels good. Yes. See a double asterisk. It feels good. This is hilarious. They made this and they're all acting so serious.
good.
We want to give you the most coverage possible to be the most comfortable.
I appreciate
Because
that.
this, and that should do it right about almost there.
Oh my
Ready?
gosh, yes.
Ready for this?
Yeah, it feels really good.
We want to give you the most coverage possible to be the most comfortable.
I appreciate
Because
that.
this, and that should do it right
Appreciate
about
that.
almost there.
Oh my
Ready?
gosh, yes. Don't you have to cut it? So cool. Oh, it's coming off.
Hands up.
Oh my gosh, yeah, put it on. I want to see it so bad. That's so
Hold the 2
good.
minute top. This, put this over the head like this, okay? And then we start.
Oh, it started?
Yeah, it's already started.
My freaking face hurt. I didn't think to put that on somebody's head and make this video. What the hell is this thing even? Is there a name on the front of it? What is it?
This, put this over the
Intro, darn. The best yarns for Centro Circular Knitting Machine. Dude, this is the best advertisement they've ever had. Actually, I bet they've sold more of these things just from these people making this stupid video ever before. Their sales have dramatically increased.
head like this, okay? And now we start.
Oh, it started?
Yeah, it's already started. And you can see that, isn't it pretty? Look on the inside. Look at what's happening as it's coming towards her.
Yeah.
What does it look like?
I mean,
look
it looks
at
like
how
a
everything's
rainbow knitting. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
the
I can
yarn.
see how much it's already. Look at that.
Yep, there, that's
Wow.
exactly right.
The colors are amazing.
Almost
It feels
done.
really good.
It feels
Ready
good.
for this?
Yeah, it feels really good.
We want to give you the most coverage possible to be the most comfortable.
I appreciate
Because
that.
this, and that should do it right about almost there.
Oh my
Ready?
gosh, yes. Don't you have to cut it? So cool.
Right.
Oh, it's coming off.
Hands up.
Oh my gosh, yeah, put it on. I want to see it so bad. That's so
Hold the 2 minute
good.
top. This, put this over the head like this, okay? And now
One of them already have this thing, and he like came into the room, and he's like, he looks at it, he's like, "Oh my god, sweetie, did they already have a TikTok channel?" And they saw this, and they were like, "Man, they bought it just for this." I have so many fucking questions about how this happened. How this happened? What else? What else is it good for? Like you make this. What is that? What is, you make a loop out of yarn. What do you do with that otherwise? Do you? It's on her head. Joey, that's why. It doesn't have to be on her head. Like, this thing operates on a table. I found the it's used for making scarves and shit. And socks, or I don't know, it's used for making all kinds of stuff, maybe. Oh, you have one? Never thought about making one of those, did you? You got to put it on her head first to do it right. And that's what's so funny about it, because a lot of people will watch this and they'll actually think that that's a thing. That, like, they'll think that this is this guy that invented this thing, and he's trying to get people to buy it. To make these tops. It's a top maker. I'm glad that they got together to make it. It feels really good. Forget about adulting. God bless the little babies. When she said that feels good, I experienced a year's worth of laughter. Oh, this guy says, every time I see US content like this, I'm glad to be German. And he has a laughing, smiling.
I get to pick my fate.
That was actually funny though, but you have to give it, you gotta give it a second, like seep in. Look, somebody else put it. I don't see the purpose of putting it on her head, and it's got 3.2K upvotes. Those are the people that think that this guy invented this thing, and he thinks that you have to put it on your head, and they're like, why do you have to put it on your head, man? Come on, dude. Still works the other way. That's what makes it so funny. Because there are people, they're like, hey, man, you have to put it on our head to do. But it's people that even question that this is real at all. That's what makes it funny. That there are people that will be like, hey, man, hold on. This dude literally just walked into his room, the room, when his wife was using this thing probably, and he was like, honey, what the hell is that thing? Oh, we gotta make a skit with that stupid thing. Let's do it.
I get to pick my.
I agreed. I was thinking it would just work. Shut the fuck up, Brody. You're not tricking me into thinking you're that stupid. Sorry, I've explained it twice. Cyprus school uses the N-word in newsletter to parents. That was 2 months ago, and you still haven't heard about it.
This is going to be anything but the ordinary politician podcast. I'm going to be talking to people directly that I disagree with.
Governor Gavin Newsom's weekly podcast has racked up hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube since it began.
The president became a cultural phenomenon, where no matter what you threw at this guy,
he rose above it.
Newsom, who is term limited, has never been shy about his presidential ambitions, which is why one analyst suggested the podcast is more than a side project.
This is a really good chance for him to position himself to run for president, to keep his name in the conversation for national politics, even if he ultimately doesn't end up getting elected president.
Where Newsom's podcast stands out is his choice of guests. He often hosts high-profile supporters of President Donald Trump to debate them, but also, he says, to better understand where they're coming from. That's left some fellow Democrats unimpressed.
I haven't listened to it.
I haven't listened to it, and I don't think I will listen to it.
Newsom says he wants to bring both sides together for meaningful conversations about hot-button issues, something he feels is lacking.
It's an opportunity to try to find common ground and not take cheap shots. I'm not looking to put a spoke in the wheel of their, or at least a crowbar in the spokes of their wheel to trip them up, to your point. And I think it's important. Democrats, we tend to be a little more judgmental than we should be.
Sitting down with politicians holding opposing views could help Newsom shed his image as a San Francisco Democrat out of touch with average Americans. But what irks some Democrats is just how far he's reaching across the aisle. His guests have included diehard Donald Trump supporters like activist Charlie Kirk, who co-founded the group Turning Point USA, and right-wing populist Steve Bannon, who pushed for the rally that led to the Capitol Hill riot on January 6, 2021.
I think it's fine to be engaging with the folks who are listening to those voices. I don't think personally that he should be giving them yet another platform.
I appreciate what he's trying to do. There's a lot of Republicans to pick. I don't know that Steve Bannon, right, the guy who literally tried to tear down our Constitution, would have been the guy I picked.
He's a politician. He's planning his next move. He's doing what I think is in the interest of Gavin Newsom and not necessarily in the entire party.
We asked some Republicans on Capitol Hill whether they would be willing to appear on Newsom's podcast.
I'd love to go on his podcast. I don't know what we talk about. We don't have a lot in common. Like, he has a full head of hair and I don't. So we can't really discuss hair care products, which appear to be really high on his list of things. Other than that, no. Call him. Tell him I'll go on his show. I'd love to.
I don't know what his motives are. If I knew his motives, I might go on there.
We reached out to Governor Newsom's podcast team for comment on the criticism the show has received, but our inquiries went unanswered. In Washington, Cassie Simeon, Spectrum News.
Thank you for watching our YouTube channel.
Thank you for thanking me. Yeah. It's very sweet of you to be in there. Thank you. Thank me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for thanking me. Stop.
Four House Democrats are in El Salvador this morning.
Oh, Garcia.
The release of
Dude,
Garcia.
Holy shit. 4 Democrats out of the whole country are in Venezuela or in El Salvador right now. And I'm pretty sure that my dude for our little bitty ass Long Beach is one of them. Garcia. I can't believe, because they keep showing his fucking picture all over thumbnails this morning when they talk about El Salvador. So we're about to find out.
This comes just days after
crazy,
Maryland
dude.
Senator Chris Van Hollen's visit. We heard from the senator just a few moments ago.
There he is right there.
The lawmakers say they plan to meet with Salvadorian officials at the U.S. Embassy to advocate for Abrego Garcia's return and get information on the other migrants who were deported to a notorious Salvadorian prison.
I didn't vote for him.
Congressman Robert Garcia of California is leading the delegation and joins us now live from El Salvador. Congressman, good morning. Thank you for being with us this morning. You're there with 3 fellow Democrats. Talk to us.
He represents
just start
me.
why this
He
mission
doesn't,
here
though.
is so
Damn it.
important.
If I didn't vote for him, he
not just
doesn't.
about Mr. Abrego Garcia, but all the others who were deported, many would say, without due process.
Good morning. Yes. Look, what's really important here that people need to understand is we have the President of the United States defying a 9-0 unanimous Supreme Court decision to bring Kilmore back home to the United States. This, in my opinion, is on its way to a constitutional crisis in this country. You cannot defy not just Supreme Court, but also lower courts. The Trump administration has also said that they sent Mr. Abrego Garcia here on accident. It is time to bring Kilmore home, and we're continuing the work of Senator Van Hollen. Look, we will not be the last members of the delegation to be here. There's other senators and members of Congress that will be here in El Salvador. But it's really important that we advocate for his release. He has been wrongly sent here, as have, by the way.
What are the chances, man? This dude's only been in, this is his second term, I believe, or his second year, one of the two. It's wild. He was the mayor of, I don't know if he was the mayor when I first moved here. He was definitely the mayor for a while it was before this. It's a trip, like having that, like you'd probably understand if your congressman was one of these four people, and he's popping up everywhere all of a sudden. It's like what is going on? You're the new kid on the block, and you're literally like running shit already, Democratic caucus type shit. And we're like such a small area of the country. They never even talk about how he represents Long Beach. They just say that he represents a Californian district. Why is that?
Really important that we advocate for his release. He's been wrongly sent here, as have, by the way,
he represents more than Long
hundreds
Beach.
of other individuals who are in our country in different status, asylum seekers, people that were on some type of permit, some type of student visas we know are being deported across the country as well to other places. And so this is a moment for us to stand for our values and for due process in this country. We also know it's not just about Kilmer. There's a young man named Avery down here, 19 years old,
okay, so,
a young gay man.
So he's going to be all for trying to help the gay guy. He's gay. So it's not just Long Beach and Southeast Los Angeles. So Los Angeles. So I guess that'd be like Lakewood, and I'm not really sure. Compton. Does he have Compton? Because that might be considered. Vince Fong. Oh no. Different. Compton. Vince Fong. Do we recognize old Vince Fong? I don't recognize Vince Fong. How come we never seen old Vince Fong before? You ever seen this guy? That's what I'm talking about. Like, there's so many. How many congressmen are there? Like, there's this guy. He's from Compton. 118th United States Congress. Vince Fong. I've never seen this guy's face a day in my life that I remember. But this guy is everywhere. Long Beach out here representing them. Because he's all of Long Beach and only some of LA. So why don't he should represent better and let the people know who he's representing.
Hairdresser seeking asylum got sent here. We have no proof of life yet of how he's doing. So we have a lot of work to do. We're on our way actually to the embassy to get a classified briefing in just about an hour.
You're certainly right to highlight it's more than just this one case that's gotten so much attention. You mentioned how the Trump administration seems to be in defiance, or at least delay bordering on defiance, of a Supreme Court ruling. But they've also made the claim that they simply, well, we don't have any jurisdiction anymore. He's in El Salvadorian custody. Tell us what you make of that argument and what you'll say to the El Salvadorian officials you'll see later today.
It does make me a little, like, it makes me want to learn more about government. have like it feels almost like it was meant to be. Because I care more if he wasn't who he was and being as adamantly Democratic or Democrat, I should say, all the time, and pushing the gay agenda and the tranny shit, the immigrant shit, and all that. I wouldn't be as passionate about the political thing because it's like, fuck you. I didn't vote for that dude. I definitely voted against him intentionally. Now he's like everywhere. Just to hope we'll see. I mean, I met a lot of people move out of Long Beach actually, and it gets replaced with a bunch of. It'll probably turn more blue. Because people here still aren't openly like Trumpers, like they are in Huntington Beach. They don't have DEI anymore in Huntington Beach. They're no longer a sanctuary city. Like, you can be a Trumper in Huntington Beach and walk around chest out. You do that shit in Long Beach, you might get followed home.
Well, we know that there is no question that if Donald Trump, the president, wants to have Kilmore back home, he would be back home. He, of course, has a very strong relationship with the president of El Salvador, and they're working together on this. The president of the United States sent Kilmore here by accident. The courts have said he needs to return, and the president needs to act. We're here to continue that pressure on the Trump administration and also to build support here in El Salvador for Kilmore's release and to bring attention to the facility that's here, the jail that's here, where we know hundreds of people, Venezuelan migrants, people that are seeking asylum, folks that were here like Kilmore who are wrongly sent here. The attention here on this issue is important, especially because you have a president that is defying the Supreme Court. And I can't tell you how important it is our country that every single person, regardless of where they're at in their status, whether they have a work visa, whether they have a student visa, whether they're exercising their free First Amendment rights, they have a due process right in our country, and we've got to maintain that.
Democratic Congressman Robert Garcia of California, important words. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Safe travels to you.
So he's probably down there now. Right.
But today, I'm here on behalf of the father, Jeff Metcalf. Okay. And what he's asking you is to not use his son's image or likeness in what you're doing. You can do what you do, but that's not what he wants his son tied to. Okay. Out of respect for that family.
Now, I would ask Jeff Metcalf if he would be bold enough to act like a father of a deceased young man that was murdered instead of being somebody suppressed, worried that he's going to spark the next race riots or some type of thing. He needs to stand for righteousness, not for the consequences of righteous actions always need to be taken seriously. He needs to be righteous before he is fearful. He is acting out of fear, not out of righteousness. He should have been on the top of the bus today. He should have been standing shoulder to shoulder with me.
Hey guys, my name is Modi and you are welcome to Modi Speaks. So I want to talk about the so-called protest that was had 2 days ago in honor of Austin Metcalf. Okay, I want to talk about the video and talk about the fact that Austin Metcalf's father slammed the organizers of the protest, accusing them of profiting off of his son's image and grifting off of the tragic situation. I have arranged all the videos capturing this protest. Okay, we're going to look into it shortly. But first and foremost, I want to say something about this man, Jeff Metcalf. That is Austin Metcalf's father. Okay, now this man, in my opinion, is a hero. Okay, he is a very strong man, an individual that embodies many of the features that Jesus himself displayed during his own time. Now, I'm aware that so many of you would not see him this way, but believe me, I don't think he is the coward that so many people accuse him of being. This man is passing through excruciating pain, okay? He is seriously grieving. Now, his son was murdered and he is never coming back. His son is never walking back into his house, okay? So he is handling the situation the best way for his health and his sanity. He never said his son's murderer was innocent, okay? He never said his son's murderer should be pardoned. Rather, he said that he has forgiven the murderer for his and his family's sanity. He also maintains that the killer must face the wrath of the law, okay? He must bear the consequences of what he did through the law. Now, this man has been antagonized by many people, both people on the left and those on the right. Many people are calling him the P word, some calling him a coward, and others accusing him of collecting money from the government in order to keep quiet about the whole situation, about his son's death. There's a lot of senseless accusations going on, a lot of mocking statements made against him, but yet he stood his ground and maintained his stance on not politicizing his son's death because he wants the law to run its course on this case and is not interested in giving political pundits and race grifters room to push their divisive narrative or make money off of his son's death. Now, he could have easily come down on the murderer or the family of the murderer who are making their son, Carmelo Anthony, look like the victim. He could have easily come for the online talking heads, calling him a disgrace and a coward. He could have easily lashed out at all these people, but he didn't, okay? And I truly commend him for that. That man is something else. Now, this guy by the name of Jake Lang decided to host a protest in honor of Austin Metcalf. The protest was captioned, "Protect White Americans. Justice for Austin Metcalf. Demand that Carmelo Anthony be put back in prison until trial." Now, personally, I don't think it is wrong for people to protest when they have issues worth protesting for. And yes, the Austin Metcalf issue is worth protesting for, okay? Seeing as a criminal is discharged and placed on house arrest after taking the life of a kid in cold blood. There is nothing wrong with people demanding that justice be served, in this case, putting Carmelo in prison at least until his trial. And for those people saying that it is racist to say things like protect white lives, do you also think that it is racist to say things like Black Lives Matter? I don't think so. Now, the only problem I have with this whole protest is that the father of the victim is not in support of it, okay? He doesn't want the case to spiral into a racial war or to be made into a white people versus black people thing. The organizer, Jake Lang, did not contact the family of the victim before plastering their son's face on his website. At least respect the views or the wishes of the family. Just respect the decisions of this grieving man, that's all. But they started this protest against his decision, okay, against his will, and they even went as far as insulting him for not supporting the protest. I mean, insulting Jeff Metcalf. Now, like I said, people have the right to protest, okay? But you should also bear in mind that some people are trying to use this incident to further their political agenda, gather support for their political ambitions, and make a name for themselves in the political arena. Jake Lang himself is planning to run for Senate in Florida, okay? So this might be one of his stunts to garner support of the people on the right. Now, what do you think about this whole incident? I'll allow you to watch the entire clip for context.
Reduce violence in black communities.
Thank you. I stand with you, sir, on
a regular basis. But today, I'm here on behalf of the father, Jeff Metcalf.
Okay.
What he's asking you is to not use his son's image or likeness in what you're doing. You can do what you do, but that's not what he wants his son tied to.
Okay.
Out of respect for that family.
Now, I would ask Jeff Metcalf if he would be bold enough to act like a father of a deceased young man that was murdered instead of being somebody suppressed, worried that he's going to spark the next race riots or some type of thing. He needs to stand for righteousness, not for the consequences of righteous actions always need to be taken seriously. He needs to be righteous before he is fearful. He is acting out of fear, not out of righteousness. He should have been on the top of the bus today. He should have been standing shoulder to shoulder with me.
Are you a father?
No, I'm not.
I'm a father. Hold on.
Amen.
I'm a father. As a father, there is this thing called grief. So let me tell you what's going on in his house. He's getting swatted. His only other son.
Who is swatting him? Which community?
No, we don't know the community, but it's happening. That's on the police to find.
This took a really soft shit. Huge.
Died in his arms. So that means he needs to navigate that. Then his son, who's his only son, is getting death threats. So as a father, his hands is full. So the last thing he wants to be tied to is having this complex of race. So yes, violence is bad. Young black men are getting killed every day by young black men across this country.
Yes, but I'm not a member of that community. I'm a member of my community. And my community is being victimized by the community of violent black, absolute degenerates.
But here's the problem.
They're degenerates.
When you stand up in the name of God, there's one body. And if you're not a part of that body,
I could read statistics. So I'm also a pragmatic human being. So I understand when there's a problem, it needs to be addressed head on. If you tiptoe around a problem, that's how you get to the end result.
So your biggest concern.
Not too fond of him using my front yard to fucking diarrhea. Damn it. hope it was in your yard. What do you mean? Why do you hope it was in my yard? I gotta go pick that shit up now. It was a massive amount, too. It just makes me not want to feed him as much. You know that much.
Is the loss of white life by black people?
No, that's not my big. I have concerns.
The concern is a repeating pattern. It doesn't stop. It just keeps going on and on and on and on. And we just can't ignore it any longer. If it stops, we're good.
So I have a question for you. Do you believe more white people are killed by white people or by black people?
Listen, by strangers, it's 2 to 1. Every single race in domestic issues, because we live amongst each other and uncles kill uncles or drunk at barbecues and stuff like that, it's always the same amount.
So your response is this.
Let me respond, please.
Please
let me respond.
Your response that Mr. Metcalf needs to get on your bus and tell people
if I was him, I would do it.
But he's not you. So what I'm saying
I'm telling you, I'm somebody that stands for what I believe in, and I don't cower when it's time to stand.
If your desire
it's because of fear.
My desire is that another Austin Metcalf does not happen next week. And if I was his father, I would stand righteously to say, yes, but I'm a man.
We all have common sense.
So you're speaking for his father.
Hold on. We know.
No, I'm speaking for white men in this country.
Are you a father?
White people in this country.
Are you a father?
Hold on one second. Hold on one second.
Are you a father?
I'm not.
Yes.
Hold on.
Who are not dealing with grief. You've talked for an hour. So if you want to address, I can give you after I give this message. The bottom line is this. You have a father that's out of respect asking you not to put his son's face in a place. How do you say you're going to represent people when you can't respect the will of the people?
Hey, let me respond, guys. There's too much peanut gallery.
That's not what his father said. His father did not say that.
Can we please let me respond?
So you believe,
I'm having a conversation between you and I.
That's just what that
Listen to this. Yeah. Austin Metcalf is no longer Austin Metcalf. He is a symbol. He is a symbol of young white people being predatorized and victimized every single day, living in fear. He is living in fear. Our people in this country are living in fear. Austin Metcalf is no longer just a son.
Jeff, hold on, Jeff. Do me one favor, because there seems to be an issue that you're okay with Austin's name being plastered with this particular movement. Now, I've already addressed that. So now I want you to say one more time that do you agree with your son's name and face being attached to this movement?
Hey Jeff Metcalf, this is Jake Lang here. I wanted to talk to you and not be led into a question. This is an illegal argument. It's called leading.
Do you agree with your son?
Can I have a conversation with you?
No, because you could have called him before that. You could have called him out of respect.
I'm one of the biggest figures in America.
Jeff,
Nobody's ever
I've given your message. I've given you your message, and here's the response.
Family members, everybody I can
I've given you your message, and here's the response.
You're not giving my message.
This guy said
your message.
What he said was this. What he said was this. He said that you, as a father, should be on the bus with him, delivering the message that he's delivering. Unfortunately, he's not a father, and the gentleman with is not a father. Maybe they don't understand what loss is. But at the end of the day, I've given your message, and they thought that it wasn't your message.
Let me have 1 minute of my message to Jeff Metcalf.
Call him.
Okay, what's his number?
He's on the phone right now.
So Jeff,
This is not a good faith discussion.
Okay, hold on. Here's Jeff. Hold on. So Jeff, go ahead. Go ahead, Jake.
Hey Jeff, it's Jake Lang here. Jeff, first of all, my entire heart rests in your hands. I would be in my position, not even as somebody even knew your son, but somebody that shares the same understanding. I grew up as a 17-year-old young white man too, and I grew up in fear of my life around black people because they were killing and robbing people around me all the time. And I don't understand, as I was a father, you could sit idly by and not condemn the culture that killed your son. There is an epidemic problem in this country, and your voice could be one of the loudest voices in this country, but you've chosen to recoil out of fear and continue the suppression. Why will you not stand with me and with the rest of the people? We're not calling for racial divide. We're not calling for hatred. We're saying 350,000 attacks on white people by black people a year in this country is wrong. Why can't you stand that and say with that? Maybe you can. Would you be willing to stand by me in a press conference or in an individual interview and talk about this issue that is larger than Austin at this point? God rest the beautiful young man man soul that would have been one of our strongest voices if he was still alive today.
Are you done?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, I'm not trying to speak. You are part of the fucking problem, my friend. You're trying to create more race divide than bridging the gap. I do not condone anything you do. You do not have any fucking...
That's called white guilt.
No, let it talk. My son, let me finish. I gave you your time. You take my son's face off your website. I am not associated with you.
You're creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness, sir. You are creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness.
You are being weak. I gotta be honest with you about that, sir.
You're being weak. Condemn your son's killer and the culture that caused it.
Hey, Jeff.
That's the problem. You've been submitted.
Hold on, hey, Jeff.
You've been submitted.
I'll handle it from here.
You've been submitted, sir.
I think it was extremely inappropriate for this man, Jake, to accuse and insult Austin Metcalf's father. Just leave the man alone. This man's home is being bombarded with gunshots. His family is receiving death threats, okay? There has been 2 SWAT incidents targeting his home. He's going through a lot right now, and he prefers to fight his case in court, not on the streets or on social media. It is very disgusting and inhumane to hear this guy, Jake, accusing Mr. Metcalf of being weak. Now, one of Jake's tweets reads, "I'm not going to mince my words. White weakness and submission is why Austin died. Jeff Metcalf is the problem. Austin Metcalf's father is more outraged at me for standing up against the violent, abusive black culture that killed his son than he is at the actual degenerate murderer and the family that is dancing on Austin's grave. Next up, he will hand his daughter over to be raped in front of the world by the same monsters that killed his son. Stand for something or fall for anything." Now, in another one of his tweets, he said, "I just broke into the Kai Kandel Stadium and got the first ever footage of Austin Metcalf's blood stained on the stadium floor still. His blood cries out for justice. Lock up Carmelo Anthony now."
There's the blood stain. There is the blood stain. It's red still. Austin Metcalf's blood. Lord Jesus, help us. It's crying out for justice. His killer is home right now. I got to get out of here before the police come. I just hopped the fence to get in here. His blood is crying out for justice. We need that killer behind bars. We will not rest. We need to protect white Americans. This scourge of black violence is too much. The Kai Kendall Stadium. We need to uplift our communities.
Stop doing that. Go away.
Now, all this sounds like this guy, Jake, is an upright human being who is trying to fight for justice. But in reality, that might not be the case, okay?
Cute.
He might just be another pundit who is trying to make a name for himself by capitalizing on this tragedy and amplifying the whole situation, because it happened to be that he was deliberately spreading false information. Now, the Austin Metcalf incident took place on the visitor side of the stadium, whereas the dark streak on the floor, which Jake Lang videoed and claimed was Austin's blood, was on the home side of the stadium. A Frisco ISD official made this information available to the public, and currently, Frisco ISD is in the process of pressing charges against Jake Lang for trespassing. And this is exactly what Jeff Metcalf was trying to avoid. People hijacking his tragedy or this tragedy and weaponizing it for their own gain. Anyway, I would love to hear your thoughts on the situation, okay? What do you think about Jeff Metcalf not being in support of this protest? And also, what do you think about this guy, Jake Lang? As always, guys, these are my thoughts, these are my opinions, but feel free to share yours in the comments, but do so respectfully. Also, if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, honestly, I don't know what you're waiting for. Subscribe to the channel. Like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or buying me a coffee if
White House looking to replace Hegseth, as Defense Secretary report says. Shooting reported near downtown courthouse, Houston. Breaking news. Oh, she's in the litter box. Heck yeah. I litter.
A major security breach for DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, the department confirming that her bag, which had $3,000 cash inside, was stolen while she was eating Easter dinner at a D.C. restaurant last night. NBC Homeland Security correspondent Julie Ainsley is following this story for us. What do we know about what happened here?
Yeah, well, Chris, it's exactly as you laid out, that she was eating Easter dinner. We understand with numerous members of her family, about 6 or 7 people present in a popular downtown D.C. restaurant. Of course, everywhere she goes is with Secret Service, but somehow, in the middle of even having a Secret Service detail there, someone was able to steal her purse. And inside, you mentioned the $3,000. I think that's kind of the most jaw-dropping. When we asked DHS why she had that much cash, they said that she got this out to be able to spend it on things like Easter gifts and dinner for her family. Not exactly clear why there was cash needed for that, but also her badge. And that's really where you get into the security part of this. And so we're reaching out to see if they've turned off that badge, because of course they can use those to access buildings or even electronics in some cases. Now, our Yamiche Alcindor was in a unique position today at the White House Easter egg roll to be able to ask Kristi Noem about this as soon as it happens. Take a listen.
Sorry that happened, first of all. Yamiche with the NBC News. We're just like concerned that we're worried about that.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's not resolved yet, but thank you.
Okay. Do you know if the Secret Service has any leads on it or anything?
So she said there it's not resolved yet. And we should say we've reached out to Secret Service, just like we would whenever there's a security breach like this. They're referring all questions back to DHS, which of course does oversee Secret Service. But yeah, a lot of unanswered questions and some head scratching about this situation. But another question again about how people are protecting their access to secure information and how detailees are being protected. Of course, we always want to know the answers, especially after the major breach last summer against President Trump with the assassination attempt.
Yeah, just to go back to the badge for a quick second, I very much remember when I got my hard pass, is what we call it, when I was White House correspondent. And I remember the senior producer at the White House basically looking me in the eye and saying, you guard this with your life. You do not lose this. You do not ever not know where it is. But they should have the ability in this case, right, to deny access. They have the electronic capability of doing that. But it is, even though it is a security concern.
Yeah, absolutely. We just haven't gotten to that piece yet. She said it's an ongoing issue. I'm sure that there's a way to deny access to the building. I think it's really just surprising for people to realize this is the kind of thing you can carry in your purse. It can be stolen out of a restaurant, even with Secret Service around you. And we should say for a lot of government employees, they also use those badges to plug into computers to be able to access information. Absolutely no indications anything like that happened in this case. We're just talking about how important these pieces of plastic are.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Let's go to Long Beach. It's Taco Tuesday every day this week.
Sounds good. Yep. Christy Fajardo is showing us how this is the first ever, right? Taco month, year, you name it, in Long Beach.
Yeah, well, I mean, it should be all year round, but yeah, it's a week, but they made it last 8 days. And, you know, tacos are taking over the world. I told you that there's Taco Tuesday all over the United States, but in Norway, they celebrate Taco Friday. And I'm very happy to be here celebrating Taco Week in Long Beach. And, you know, making tacos really is an art. And I am joined this morning by another artist, and that is Zelia. And we're at Z's Kitchen, and that's the Z. And really, you have so many techniques here. here.
Yes.
Tell us about these.
Yes. First, I have the quesadilla tacos. They come with a side of consomme, chips, and they have some pickled onions, the very tasty cilantro onions, side of limes. The meat to cook this dish right here takes 4 hours, so it has to be like a slow cook because the meat has to be very tender. When the customer gets a bite, it has to be perfect bite, so it takes 4 hours just to cook this plate right here.
It just melts in your mouth.
Yes, of course, yes.
And then even your carne asada, you said.
Yeah, for the carne asada, we take like 24 hours to marinate that meat. It takes 24 hours. We add a lot of seasonings. We add a mix of flavors like orange juice, lime. We do a lot in that one. So if you get a bite of that one, you're definitely gonna love the carne asada, the burritos, the tacos. But today we're offering the taco special. They come with a side of chips. You can also pair it with the agua fresca, jamaica, o horchata. We also have right here the chorizo tacos. They're like a Oaxacan chorizo. You can get it with a grilled jalapeno if you like it. It's gonna be on the house and comes with a side of chips, limes, and hot salsa too.
And I love how you think of everything. You have like lots of textures here. There's a little acidity. And so if people come down, what is the special here for Taco Week?
Everything. So we have the quesadilla. They can get 4 tacos with a side of consomme, chips, and a pair in an agua fresca. They can also do like 4, or they can mix the tacos too. They can do like a 1 carne asada, 1 chorizo, 1 carnitas, 1 quesadilla, 4 tacos with chips.
Oh, and it all looks delicious. And you can tell just from the color of the chile.
I can order all the food I want. Thank you for letting me know.
They have horchata to help cut down the spice. And I do have a cautionary tale about spicy. My brother likes to be a prankster, and my sister-in-law had chapped lips, so he ate a bunch of jalapenos, and then he kissed her. I thought she was going to divorce him. She was so upset. Listen, back to you. I do not recommend. Do not recommend.
Wow, she must really love him to forgive that.
To do that on purpose too? Oh, that's next level.
He must they're still together. It's been like more than 10 years, so I think she's forgiven him.
All right, Christy. They both have a sense of humor then.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Haley sucks. Shut up. Maybe. Damn. Bobby Mitchell injured Denton County Commissioner Bobby Mitchell and killed her husband this morning. I think this is what the thing in Texas is. 23-year-old Blake, grandson of the victims. Wow. He was the city's first black mayor elected in 1993. She held the office until her resignation in January 2000 to run her current county position. Her husband's now dead, stabbed to death by his grandson, and she's still in hospital. Died 5 a.m. She is stable but condition unknown.
A Maryland man who was mistakenly deported to a prison in El Salvador.
A Maryland man who was mistakenly deported.
Maryland man who was wrongly deported.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland man mistakenly deported to El Salvador.
A Maryland man was sent to the notorious El Salvadorian mega prison.
A Maryland man thought to be wrongly deported. Maryland man thought to be wrongly deported.
A Maryland man wrongfully deported.
That Maryland man that was detained.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland man mistakenly deported to a prison in El Salvador. This is someone who is a Maryland resident.
A Maryland resident.
The Maryland resident.
The individual from Maryland.
The Maryland man.
The Maryland man.
Maryland man.
The Maryland man.
Maryland man.
I am not referring to Garcia as the Maryland man, okay? He is from El Salvador. He came here illegally.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a Maryland man.
The Maryland man.
Maryland man. The Maryland man.
Maryland man. He is the Maryland man. The Maryland man. The Maryland man. Maryland man.
Maryland man.
The Maryland man.
Maryland man. Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland man.
The Maryland man.
Maryland man. The Maryland man.
The Maryland man.
The Maryland man. The Maryland man.
The Maryland man they shipped to El Salvador.
The Maryland man who was sent to El Salvador.
This man from Maryland who was deported to an El Salvador prison.
A Maryland man. The case of a Maryland man.
The Maryland man.
Maryland man. Maryland man.
Maryland man.
The Maryland man.
Maryland man.
The case of the Maryland man. Maryland man.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia, that's a Maryland man.
The Maryland man.
This Maryland man.
The Maryland man.
The man from Maryland.
Maryland man.
Maryland man. The Maryland man.
The Maryland man.
The Maryland man.
Well, we could send a plane down to get this Maryland man.
He had no intent of returning the Maryland man.
They're not even trying to bring back a Maryland man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador.
A wrongly deported man, Maryland man, I should say.
They call him the Maryland man. He's a Maryland father.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a Maryland father.
Maryland father.
Maryland father.
Mistakenly deported father. The Maryland father mistakenly deported.
Maryland father who was wrongfully deported.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland father.
A Maryland father who came here at age 16.
The father of 3 deported to a mega prison in El Salvador.
A father living in Maryland.
Father from Maryland.
The Maryland father. Maryland father.
The Maryland father.
The Maryland father.
This Maryland father.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland dad.
The Maryland father.
The
Maryland father.
This Maryland father. That Maryland father.
The Maryland husband and father.
A 29-year-old father of 3.
Mistakenly deported migrant and father from Maryland.
Hey, what next? They're gonna have to make it worse. They're gonna have to make it gay Maryland father. The tranny Maryland father. Oh, I think of what he's going through. He still has his penis. He was in the middle of getting it chopped off. Oh. Crap. Yeah. I beat you put into it. You can use that for it if you'd like. I saw that you accidentally put a W there on your message. Okay. Excellent reader. Huh? Huh? You can use that. You can flip it. You can rewrite it if you want to even. Make it yours. Own it. Disgrace the alphabet, giving us your flotastic voyage. Setting off. Voyage. Grass off. Crap. Rated. They know hood's like, yeah. Original boys in the hood were Canadian. Gangster. Ice Cube stole the idea from Canada. Why do you think his name's Ice Cube? He is Canadian. Yeah. How you people stupid. You're right in front of your eyes, man. Fucking. That's what I can't even deal with people nowadays. It's stupid. But yeah, his name's Ice Cube. He's a black man. What do you think? They don't like ice. Like tropical environments. Unless they're Canadian, then they like ice. And it so happens, they just happen to steal the idea from the Canadians, so the boys know, no, he is Canadian. Good Canadian story about how tough it is growing up. Ottawa, in the hood. The police brutality. Gangs, drugs, hours, the pimps. Oh, look at that ass. Look at that ass right there, oh boy. You missed out on something righteous. Karen Bass is going to give a State of the City address. Sounds like a waste of time. If you want to listen to her talk. Bullshit. Wants to listen or nobody.
Just anything else on the president learning of the passing of Pope Francis, his reaction, and does he plan to travel for any of the services?
Hear it.
No travel plans at this time. Doesn't mean it's not happening. I just don't have anything to share. But the president, of course, is aware of the passing of the Pope and did put out a statement this morning. And we're praying for the millions of Christians around the world who loved the Pope and admired him this morning.
Did the president have any conversation? Has the president read that story or been briefed on the New York Times story? And combining kind of that and all the leadership changes depending on over the last week, does the president still have confidence in Secretary Hegseth?
The president absolutely has confidence in Secretary Hegseth. I spoke to him about it this morning, and he stands strongly behind him.
Is he concerned?
That's why she's dressed like that for Easter. Kind of crazy back there. Icy. Both icy. She's pretty ready. Like they're gonna be having. Yesterday, I put my bowl out around now. Stayed there for 4 hours. Nobody. Could be because of Easter. Bird. Who's visiting my tree? Video when it was only like that. Do you see how she ran over there as soon as she saw that I was about to get up? Because she sees Simon at the door and she knows I'm going to go open it. Now she's looking at her bowl real closely, so I know she's hungry. I know she's hungry, you know. She let me know by staring at her bowl. Just like that. Be a butthole. Oh, hanging out. Hey, your breath stinks. Go. It is. A whiff of it. Popped it.
I'm making coffee for less than $1, and today I'm making the brown sugar shaken espresso. 2 teaspoons of instant coffee cost 19 cents, while 2 teaspoons of brown sugar cost 5 cents, and a dash of cinnamon only costs 2 cents, bringing the total up to 26 cents. This is by far the most requested drink by you guys, and I think it's for good reason given that the normal price for one of these is $19. I found the best way to make this is by mixing together the first 3 ingredients with hot water so that everything dissolves, and then shaking it inside of a cocktail shaker with a ton of ice. By the way, you want to shake it until you get this thick layer of frost on the outside. After adding 17 cents worth of milk, it brings the out the door total to 43 cents, which is less than the cost of 1 egg. This series was originally going to be coffee for college students, but this is so good, and it's not $8. I'm making coffee for less than $1, and today I'm making the brown sugar.
Yeah. Starbucks out of business. Supreme Court ways to challenge Obamacare's no cost. Trying to be coffee.
I go on my Twitter and I see people saying, you look like you have AIDS, you should go die. I don't understand how I dedicated 22 years of my life to my fans, and now they turn on me.
Do you regret ever getting involved in...
I didn't have a choice. It got bad when I was about 15 years old, because when I did MTV Cribs, the day that I had to go show off that house, my mom and my dad told me, we're getting a divorce, but you still have to go do this. I had to go show off all the stuff my whole life that was going to be taken away from me.
The FBI is finally looking into the alleged murder of Aaron Carter. The details of Aaron Carter's murder have creepy similarities with the death of Diddy's ex-wife, Kim Porter.
Aaron Carter begged for help in front of the world. He begged for financial support to help get him a private security team to keep him alive. He said on numerous occasions, if anything happens to me, I promise you, I am not vital. And no one said anything.
I go on my Twitter and I see people saying, you look...
The overdose. Wait, his parents gave guardianship to Diddy for him? What any of that? I lay down like
Here's the harsh reality of Coachella that no influencer wants to admit. First, the shower situation is awful. Thousands of people, one small shower area. You could be stuck.
Pop it out, you asshole. That sucks. That aren't so publicized are probably a little cooler. Like, there's some ones that are catered to psychedelic family. I mean, like, there's some that, like, Electric Forest, where you go camping out with a bunch of friends and you're out there doing mushrooms and shit. But Hella attracts a totally different crowd than that. They might have some of those type of people there, but it's a lot of like bros, cheerleader chicks, and I mean, trying to show off their bodies. You get some of that at the psychedelic events too, but you have a lot more people that are just there to have a good time. Coachella is like a look at my Coachella fit. How am I looking? Knock it off. It's not time yet. Just ate 5 hours ago. I've been feeding them at 7:30 now. They're still hungry at the same time, but they have an hour less wait time. So physically, they're actually less hungry. Their head, man. Shut up! Two. Used to go a light. Heard of it.
Austin is not who the black community is saying he is, or his family, because one of his teammates is actually black. A lot of his teammates are black. So we know it wasn't a racial thing. He has black people all over his ex, right? He shares their posts. That's not the signs of a racist kid. Most kids aren't racist. I've taught high school. They play around. They mess with each other. But that's not a reason to kill somebody. I taught my kids the right way. And what we taught our kids is that nonviolence is never the answer. You never use somebody, you go tell a teacher. That's what normal, civilized people, but we act like a bunch of thugs in the African-American community, a lot of criminals, like we are, like uncivilized animals. And I said it. But the teammate of Austin comes out and says that they're lying on him, that he was a great player, that he was an amazing kid, he wasn't a racist, and comes to his defense. This makes me more mad every time I look at this, see something like this. This was Austin Metcalf's last words on X. This look like a words of a racist. And if you look at his Facebook, his X page, full of black people, full of black teammates he shared their posts. He played around black people. He loved black people. So they're trying to paint him as a racist. It's a lie.
What is up, it's Kamel, and I wanted to show and read this post from one of Austin Metcalf. Not only were you a role model and an older, always going to...
And we made a t-shirt like that and feel... I've seen a lot of terrible things this week, things that have actually brought tears to my eyes, but I haven't seen anything quite as animalistic as this. Everybody has a right to think and feel how they want about this case, but you also have the obligation to still act like a decent human being. I'd say that this is vile and disgusting, that those words don't even come close to doing this justice. What if the roles were reversed and we made a t-shirt like this and mocked the death of a child? There would be literal rioting in the streets. There's a verse in the Bible that I'd like you to hear. It says this: "Be not deceived, God is not mocked. Whatever a man sows, that's what he'll reap. What you're putting out into this world is going to come back to you tenfold."
It's pretty wild what the whole case has turned into, and like what else is. And so the playlist I made.
What the fuck? Come here. Right. Meowing like a smoke detector back there every minute. 30 seconds or whatever the fuck. 50. I don't know what it was, but it was too much. He's like 5 feet away from the gate, not even acting like he's trying to come in.
I'm trying Abuelita hot chocolate because you guys say it's the best kind. I've never seen this stuff in a regular grocery store, so I had to go to a Mexican grocery store.
I just put a battery in it. And why did the Pope have to die? He's all over the fucking news now. The news is like, yeah, we can take the day off. The Pope died. Perfect. The day after Easter. Heck yeah, man. I see you tomorrow. Baby, come here.
Steve Forbes joins us this morning. Great to have you, Steve, on the show to talk about this. If the trade war continues, how long do you think, before consumers feel prices start to rise significantly?
Well, you're going to see it in the next 60 to 90 days. The big thing right now is with China, with those 145, 245, pick a number of tariffs that are out there. I don't think you're seeing a lot of inventory and buying from that. They're all waiting to see if those rates can be reduced. But in terms of the tariffs that have already been in there and the uncertainty that it's created, there has been people buying in advance. And so if we don't get this thing resolved in the next 90 days, you're going to see prices having to go up because people aren't going to stop trading, and they're going to have to buy certain things. And so how are the president's supposed to get massive trade deals done in the next 90 days, we'll see. I think you're going to see a lot of cases where there'll be some deals, they'll highlight it and give extensions to the others. But the uncertainty is a killer, and people are holding back. So I don't know what effect that'll have overall on prices, but it will lead to a slow economy, perhaps a recessionary economy, unnecessarily.
Well, how about this one, Steve? The Wall Street Journal reporting that President Trump wants to, quote, upend the Federal Reserve. Do you think it would be wise for Trump to exert more power over the Federal Reserve? What are your thoughts?
Well, we haven't had a Federal Reserve president fired by a president since the early 1950s. And but it can be done if the president wants to have it done. Eventually, he can force the man out, Powell out. But the thing is, what do you do with the Fed when you get it? And unfortunately, the Federal Reserve does not know much about inflation. It thinks prosperity causes inflation. The whole way the Fed is modeled, the way they do monetary policy is wrong. So what are you going to do with the Fed? Lowering interest rates isn't going to cure what tariffs are doing and the uncertainty it's creating, the prices that it's raising with the economy. The Fed can determine the value of the dollar and focus on that, but there's nothing they can do about the rest of the inflation that is being introduced now.
Well, the value of the dollar is absolutely plummeting. I mean, how much of a concern is that?
It's hugely concerning, especially the price of gold tipping over $3,400 an ounce. That means the dollar is weakening, and that always leads to future inflation. Since 2023, the gold's gone from $1,800 to $3,400 an ounce. That's a sure sign we're going to have a weak dollar ahead, which means ultimately turbulence and higher prices in the marketplace. Just look at the 1970s, and we can see where that leads unless something is done about it now. But I don't see any sign that the authorities have any idea constructively of what to do, sadly.
We have been warned. Steve Forbes, great to speak to you, sir, as always. Thank you very much.
Steve Forbes from Forbes magazine. Is he the guy? Is he the main guy or something? Mr. Forbes. He's the guy who knows everything. Yeah, they ask, and they're like, "Oh, where's Forbes at?" Gotta ask Forbes. No, he's why we started this thing. Right? Can't do it without Mr. Forbes. Oh, really? Is that really him? Is that the guy? Like, I didn't actually know it was a guy. Why don't they call it Mr. Forbes magazine? Then I would know. I would know! I would have known all this time. I would have known that I needed to pay more attention. All the time lost. Oh, another plane caught on fire apparently today. There are gonna be flames in a second. Flames at...
It's at 3:30. Here's the 350? No, it's at 3:30. Get out. Is that behind it? That's not the plane. I can't see it though. Can we? Which one? The wing? Shit, no one's on there.
There's obviously people on that plane.
I feel like there's coming up with people up.
There's never not anyone on the plane.
There's never not anyone on the plane. Someone sleeps on that bad boy. Right? How does he know? He's a plane expert. He must be. He knows how to film in vertical mode. Professional grade. Oh, Billy. Oh, it's about that time, isn't it, Sweet Pea? Are you hungry? Are you hungry? Food? Pea? Pea? Food? Who wants food? Back. Not hungry. Simon's got to come right in and lick her bowl to dry.
So now I call on all Angelenos who have rental properties, be a patriot, take a voucher, house a veteran. For years, the de facto policy of the city and the county rigidly over-prioritized permanent housing to the extent that people were just left on the street while housing was being built. Well, I don't care how fast you build, we cannot build fast enough to leave people on the streets until the projects are completed is unacceptable. It's unacceptable for people to live in squalor on our streets. This is Los Angeles. So we must invest in long-term interim housing. Inside Safe represents a major change. Instead of waiting on expensive new housing to be built, we tapped LA's supply of underused motels to bring people inside immediately.
Now if they see they can do it for the migrants, they can do it for us.
Inside
nice
Safe has cleared thousands of tents outside of schools, storefronts, and homes citywide. But given that, we know that motels alone are not financially sustainable. We must invest in long-term interim housing, places where people can stay safe and receive comprehensive services to rebuild their lives while we build housing that Angelenos need. We are already proving new models for immediately making housing available at much lower costs. LA for LA, led by Sarah Dussault. LA for LA is the public-private partnership that I announced from this podium last year. LA for LA is helping us acquire existing buildings. We have already master leased a building in Koreatown that has housed nearly 60 Angelenos who were part of Inside Safe. The strategy of LA for LA is to experiment with new, less expensive financing models and acquire vacant properties, which will be faster than relying on building new properties. But you know what? After all of that,
having all the money,
we must figure out how to prevent people from
use
ending
to
up
build
on the
those
streets
properties.
in the first place.
Stop inviting them to California, you dumb cunt.
And if we don't, we'll have more of the same.
They come here
Again,
to be homeless.
25,000 Angelenos on the street in 2016 exploded to 40.
Do you think that all the people that are homeless here, just they were in houses here and now they're not in houses here? No, they were in houses in another state and they come here to be without a house.
46,000 in 2022 because 25,000 Angelenos on the street in 2016 exploded to 46,000 in 2022 because every day more people were falling into homelessness than being lifted out of it. The problem is there are few, if any, research-tested programs actively preventing people from losing their homes. The Mayor's Fund connects people in danger of becoming homeless with resources that will help them stay housed, whether it is food and healthcare assistance to ease financial burdens so people can pay their rent, or legal assistance to avoid evictions. The Mayor's Fund is able to reach out to help every Angeleno facing eviction, but this is because of action taken by the council, led by Councilmember Rahman. to require that the city be
minority
notified
woman.
of every eviction filed. That's a partnership.
Beautiful. Oh,
The
they're the only ones that are
passed
running
the
for office,
ordinance.
apparently.
The Mayor's Fund is implementing it along with many other organizations to prevent people from becoming homeless in the first place.
This is all about homelessness.
So we had the Mayor's Fund program analyzed by Loyola Marymount University, and during the 6-month study period alone, the Mayor's Fund connected 31,000 Angelenos with resources to help them stay housed. And I know that there's some people here who were able to stay in your homes because of the Mayor's Fund, along with some of the caseworkers who helped keep people housed. Will you please stand to be recognized? Where are
There you go. We want to use you. You're our tool right now. Thank you for being in the back. Fucking stupid asses.
And I want to acknowledge the CEO of the Mayor's Fund, Conway Collis. Now, is confronting homelessness expensive?
Where are the white people at? Why are they only helping minorities? Are they the only people that need help?
And I want to acknowledge the CEO of the Mayor's Fund, Conway Collis. Now, is confronting homelessness expensive? Of course it is. And we are working to lower costs and make sure that valuable tax
they're helping the minorities.
dollars are
That's all I
being
care
well
about.
spent. But leaving people on the street comes at an enormous human cost. Last Thursday, I was at an encampment that had existed since before the pandemic. More than 25 RVs lined the street with more than 41 Angelenos in tents up and down the block. I met a veteran. I met a family who had clearly just been evicted because all of their household items were on the street in front of their tent. I saw a child, maybe the same age
How many of those
as my
fuckers were a
1-year-old
mess,
grandson,
dude?
I think, who just left.
Fuck out of
I
here.
saw that child in a dirty stroller.
Bro.
And his sibling
Get him off the drugs.
was standing next to him,
simple.
hiding her head because she didn't want to be seen.
You're just probably high on fentanyl.
But I'm happy to say that they're all inside now. And for me, housing these folks, saving lives, and ending encampments that have been there for years and years, that is worth the cost, because the cost of leaving an encampment on the street impacts everyone around. Small businesses pay the price when their entrances are blocked. People lose their jobs when restaurants lose customers. Residents feel safer when encampments are removed and people are housed. The LAPD will report that crime is down at locations where encampments were removed and people were housed. And just last week, Chief, the fire department shared that nearly a third of fires in Los Angeles, a third of fires, involve someone who is homeless. An ambulance ride costs thousands, and so does a night in the emergency room. Multiply that by the number of encampment incidents every year, and it's clear that the cost of doing nothing is not just inhumane, it is also financially unsustainable. So we're taking action and making change. And after years of increasing homelessness, we are finally reversing that trend, and homelessness is down, and that includes a 10% reduction in street homelessness and a 38% reduction in makeshift structures and tents. We are moving thousands more people from the streets before we took office, and more Angelenos are being moved into permanent housing than ever before. Now, all of this comes as nationwide homelessness went up by 18%, but not in Los Angeles. Now, I know we all wish that we could just focus on reductions in homelessness and crime and on the fastest recovery in our state's history. But the reality is, our city faces a more than an $800 million deficit. Cities like ours are going through challenging economic times across the nation. Turmoil and uncertainty from Washington and a slowing economy are causing lower revenue projections to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. Liability settlements have tripled from backed up lawsuits during the pandemic and uncapped damages. Combined with personnel costs and of course the fires and rebuilding altogether, Los Angeles, we have a very difficult budget to balance. Since January, I've been in active conversations with our partners in labor to find solutions to address a worsening economic outlook. We identified new revenue to offset costs. We reduced funding for the mayor's office. We further eliminated ghost positions, and we postponed some capital projects. But now I would like to take a minute to address our city workforce directly. Make no mistake, you are this city's greatest asset. Every single day you come to work in dedicated service to the people of Los Angeles, and often in challenging working conditions. You help Angelenos and you help make our city better every day. But I want to be straight with you. My proposed budget, unfortunately, includes layoffs, which is a decision of absolute last resort. The city attorney and I will be in Sacramento this week to meet with legislative leaders and advocate for resources while also working to manage the increasing liabilities. So let me assure our hardworking public servants that I will never, ever stop fighting for you.
You might be fired.
Now, we're also taking steps to make our city run in a more efficient manner. We're going to consolidate departments, rebuild our reserves, and reorganize structures with the #1 goal of improving services for Angelenos. I was proud to have supported new labor contracts approved by the council that invested in our workforce. But now it is time to work together again so we can balance this year's budget and create a foundation for long-lasting and long overdue fiscal stability. I will make sure the city does its part. I want to be clear, the departmental changes contained in this budget proposal must only be the beginning, because we must have fundamental change starting now and moving forward. For example, upgrades or maintenance to a single street can involve the Board of Public Works, the Department of Transportation, the Bureau of Engineering, the Bureau of Street Services, the Bureau of Street Lighting, the Bureau of Sanitation, and the DWP. Building housing can involve the Planning Commission, the Planning Department, the Department of Building and Safety, the Bureau of Sanitation, the Bureau of Engineering, the Fire Department, the Housing Department, and the DWP. This is a broken system. And to turn LA around, we have to fix this. I agree with the controller that we should move forward to implement a multi-year budget and to amend our charter. We are doing work to plan capital projects over the long run through the city's first ever capital improvement plan established under my executive order. This week, we will be announcing the executive director of the Charter Reform Commission, as well as the first appointees with the goal of standing up the commission before the end of this month. The state of our city is this: homelessness is down, crime is down. These are tough challenges, and they show that we can do so much more. We still have a long way to go. We need a citywide turnaround, and we need a fundamental overhaul of city government to deliver the clean, safe, and orderly neighborhoods that Angelenos deserve in the place they called home, and to reverse decades of failure on homelessness. So my pledge is to continue making change, and I ask the City Council and every Angeleno to join in turning our city around. We are building a city ready to lead, not just for today, but for tomorrow. From downtown to the valley, from the port to the airport, we are investing in jobs, housing, and opportunity. Because the cost of living keeps going up, it's harder and harder to put food on the table, gas in the tank, and pay the bills. Tariffs and trade wars will make this worse and make things more expensive. But we are fighting here in LA to create better paying jobs. Trade and trade wars are also causing instability all across the supply chain that is at the heart of our economy. The Port of LA is the nation's #1 port, and 1 in 9 people in our region have a job connected to the port. Just think, 40% of all US goods come through our port, Mr. Soroka. We will strategize, Gene Soroka. We will strategize with you and fight for you to protect our longshore workers, truckers, manufacturers, business owners, big and small. And make no mistake, we will protect every Angeleno, no matter where you are from, no matter when you arrived in LA, because we know how much immigrants contribute to our city in so many ways, and we will always stand strong with you.
That's so sweet.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now they're just send them all here.
This is LA. New investments are coming to LA, like the recently announced Rams Village, which will be built on nearly 100 acres and be home to the team's headquarters and training facilities, along with new housing, workspaces, and a first-of-its-kind entertainment center for the Valley. We appreciate the team's increasing investment in LA, and I want to thank Councilmember Blumenthal for his leadership and perseverance in making this happen. Council President Harris Dawson is leading the change to revitalize Crenshaw Boulevard with Destination Crenshaw, an open-air people's museum. It will have more than 100 installations of public art by artists from South LA. This will dramatically repair, revitalize, and sustain the Crenshaw corridor and center it as a must-see exhibition for art consumers from around the world. LAX is a national economic powerhouse. John Ackerman, raise your hand. And I want to make sure when LAX makes investments, it invests in the rest of LA too. That is why we have broken new ground in contracting and construction at the airport. So the latest round of $5 billion in investment prioritizes LA jobs and LA businesses. In fact, this investment includes 13 first-time ever prime contractors. This is an example of how we will continue to build businesses and build LA despite tough times. We will get it done. Last year, from this podium, I called for the need to invest and modernize our convention center, and I am proud to report today that with the Council's vote 2 weeks ago, we are well on the way. If we are going to bring downtown back, if we are going to bring tourism back, we can't sit back and hope for something to happen. We must compete to win. Right now, conventions are going elsewhere. With a new convention center, we will attract thousands of business travelers with expense accounts who will book hotel rooms, buy souvenirs, and visit our vibrant neighborhoods. And we must compete for those jobs, and we have to win back, first and foremost, our foundational industry, the entertainment industry. We have to win back our entertainment jobs. I renew my call to the state to triple the film and TV tax credit. When I was Speaker of the Assembly, along with Assembly Member Paul Krikorian, we passed the state's first production tax credit. But you know, we didn't keep up, and other states and other countries are now taking our good middle-class jobs. But we will continue to advocate in Sacramento for the tax credit, but LA, Angelenos, we also have to do our part right here. So going forward, we will make it easier and more cost-effective to film on city property. And we will also streamline the permitting process to make it easier to film in LA. So to our leaders in Sacramento and to our local industry leaders here, I say, let's bring Hollywood back. Now, you know, we have to fight for our future, but we all have to want it. We all have to believe in it. Because a great city isn't just built by policy or investment. It's built by the people who show up for it and show up for each other. As the 2028 games approach, I know Councilmember Harada is working hard to make downtown ready for the Olympic Games. Councilmember Hernandez is working with the community to welcome Olympic baseball at Dodger Stadium. Councilmember Padilla is preparing for the pentathlon, which will be held at the Sepulveda Basin Recreation Area. Councilmember Price is working to welcome the USC Sports Center, and Councilmember Nazarian will welcome squash players to the East Valley. And thanks to Councilman McOscar's work and relationships, Team Croatia will be headquartered in San Pedro, and maybe a few other things. We hope Councilwoman Hutt will host Team South Korea in Koreatown. And you, Councilwoman Yaroslavsky, you will be gearing up for thousands of athletes to be housed at the Olympic Village in UCLA. So working to unite and prepare the city is our former City Council President, Paul Krikorian. He is now the executive director for the Office of Major Events. And I want to thank you for making sure that the Olympic flags, the Olympic flag and the Paralympic flag are here in the City Council chambers. Thank you, Paul. When I think about these games, I think of icons like Anita de France. She is a trailblazing Olympic medalist who helped organize the 1984 Games for LA. And she has been an IOC member since 1986. And thanks to Anita and former Mayor Eric Garcetti and LA 28's Casey Wasserman, we will now be only the third city in history to host 3 Olympic Games. But most of all, the games are exemplified by people like Ariel Middleton. Ariel was introduced to sports at 5 years old. Where are you? Where are you, Ariel? Is she here with us? Well, I'm going to talk about her anyway. She was introduced to sports at 5 years old, and since then, she has participated in water polo, volleyball, wheelchair basketball, wheelchair tennis, shot put, and discus. She's a Play LA athlete, a city program that provides access to sports at our rec center, and it's powered by the Olympic and Paralympic movements. She didn't let her challenges get in her way, so at 16 years old, she became one of the youngest members of the 2024 U.S. Paralympic team, and she won a silver medal in Paris. She exemplifies the opportunity and inspiration to young people that city initiatives like Play LA and the Olympic Games provide. She is what the LA Games are all about. Now, 2028 is right around the corner, but we are only 15 months away from welcoming the world for the World Cup. We want people not just to see our stadiums, we want them to see the real LA. Our neighborhoods from East LA to Pico Union to South LA, from Watts to Woodland Hills, from Eagle Rock to Encino, from San Pedro to Sylmar, and we want our city to be at its best. So this is why I am calling on all Angelenos to come together to prepare our city to welcome the world. Let's come together and do this. So this Saturday, we will launch Shine LA to show the spirit of our city coming together. Every single month, we will bring Angelenos together side by side to unify and beautify our neighborhoods, improving communities and parks, planting trees, painting murals, and so much more. I invite all Angelenos to join us on Saturday. So we'll be in South LA, Boyle Heights, Echo Park, West LA, the Valley, the Harbor area, and we'll kick it off with a community celebration in Hollywood with more than 40 organizations there. And thanks to the partnership with Councilman Soto Martinez, we will all begin to show our love for LA. We have one goal. Love LA, we will show our love for each other, just like the spirit that we all felt in October. Remember October, when we celebrated our Dodgers winning the World Series just across the street? That's the kind of spirit that we need. So join us, and to join this movement, you can visit lamayor.org and sign up today. This coming Saturday and every month until we welcome the world next July for the World Cup. This is about pride. It's about choosing to believe in our city again and proving it with action. Block by block, we will come together to be stronger, more unified than ever before, and that matters, especially in a world that seems to seek constantly to divide us against each other with each and every day. So Angelenos, this is about you. This is about all of us. It's about choosing to believe in each other again and the future of the city that we love. Because this is a city of dreams. So let me tell you a story. Leading up to the 1984 Olympics, we were in the midst of the worst recession in 40 years. The world doubted us. And yes, maybe we doubted ourselves too. But Los Angeles delivered the most successful Olympic Games in history. We didn't just host the world, we redefined what was possible. Because the games at its best are more than sport. They are a stage for courage, for potential, for dreams. So LA, let's go win. Let's win on the world stage, yes, but let's especially win here at home. We owe it to ourselves, we owe it to each other, but most of all, we owe it to the next generation of Angelenos. Thank you for the honor of being your mayor. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
that shit. Rinsed off the fucking spot where it was because it was absolutely disgusting diarrhea. And I figured the flies are gonna be eating the food. I don't want them making a buffet of the shit and then landing on the food. You know what I mean? So clean the shit up. There's less fly poopy feet on the food over here around the corner from it. Rinsed off the grass where it was at, and then I sprayed the grass with stinkicide. I forget what it's called. It's stuff that is for scent, smells. It gets rid of bad smells. I just spray the fucking grass with it. I don't give a shit if it kills grasses there. And then I tried saving the like just starting over with those plants out there and having my own plants. All the plants, I didn't plant any of the plants that are out there. They were all here when I got here. There's a rose bush that sucks. And there's succulents out there that I'm like, whatever. And then there's sugar cane. Pain in the ass. The guava tree that I don't like. I don't like any of the shit that grows out there, actually. Now that I think about it. Kind of a bummer. I don't look forward to the fruits that my tree produces yearly. I'm headed to bed. What? Talking about no tarted weed. What does that mean? What's wrong with you people? Oh, I didn't really. I tried to save the plant by like replanting it, watering it. That'd be enough though to keep it on life support because I gave it some water, put it in the ground. Maybe it'll keep it alive till I figure something out. But at least I got the poop out of the front yard. At least if you wouldn't have told me about Dom leaving the house, I wouldn't have known to look out there. And thankfully, I saw exactly where he pooped, and I was able to gather it up out. And maybe since I sprayed a bunch of that citrus scent, maybe they won't want to poop there. Cats don't like oranges, apparently. I'm just going to keep dousing that grass with that scent and hope that it keeps them from shitting on it. Maybe. I don't know. I'll try that. Start with Ted. What the plant does, it will be interesting. Well, you won't see it. I don't know. It'll survive. I know that, dude, the thing had... It's been trying to root from... I know, I can tell that it'll be fine. Idiot. Like, if I really wanted that plant to live, it would live. I know that much. I don't know if I care that much about it. It's not really interesting to me. Yeah, if it lives, it lives. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I don't care. I'm not that interested, but I wanted to give it a little bit of a shot while I think about whether I care enough about it to dig more out there. Living thing. Yeah, right. But its arm can break off and you can make another plant out of it. That big of it. You know what I mean? Like I could break its arm off and make entirely another plant. So I think its species is doing all right. Like, for instance, one of its arms broke off while I was moving it. Do I now care about 2 plants or 1 plant? I care about all the broken limbs now? They're plants, they're alive! Yep. You know what else is a living thing? Mosquitoes. Fleas. I just saw a mosquito killer. Those big old things. It might have been a male mosquito. I don't know what it is. They look massive, but like mosquitoes, you know. Just caught up in a spider web. I caused for it to get caught in the spider web, and I felt bad, so I tried to get it loose. And I had it, but then it just disappeared in the air. Spider web still attached to it, and I felt kind of bad for it. That happened like 5-10 minutes ago. I felt kind of bad for it. Now it's just I thought I was gonna be able to get it off, spider web off of it. I always feel kind of bad for flying insects when they die, because if it doesn't get to fly next, its next life. Why the fuck does this shop keep calling me? Yeah, it's this freaking hair shop keeps calling me, dude. But doesn't ever leave a message. Stop eating what's on the fucking carpet, Sweet Pea. Out of here, fucking cat. Over here fucking eating litter off the carpet. Yeah, she found fucking 2 crumbs near me over here, so now everything that she finds could be fucking edible. Any more spiders? Why? What? Plenty of spiders. My spiders are well taken care of. I have probably one of the largest spider populations of any house around here because of my lack of yard work. I mean, what the fuck is your problem? Fuck. Holy fucking shit, man. I can't wait till he gets his fucking blood tested again, dude. Please come back high for hyperthyroidism because we can get this fucking shit in check. I need there to be an answer for it. No, it's just him fucking constantly in and out, in my way, fucking going over to her bowl, sniffing it, like just being a fucking bugging ass motherfucker, dude. That's all. I miss him sleeping a little bit more. Fuck. Remember when he was sleeping all day long? Well, now it's the opposite of that. I can't just have it like in the middle ever. It's fuck, dude. I'm over it. I've been so over it for years now. He peed like 10 or 12 times yesterday. There were that many piss balls in his litter box, dude. Something's definitely up, but I know it's a poor guy. He's had a hormone imbalance, whatever. I can't with him 24/7 every day, dude. I feel bad to leave because he's sick. I feel bad leaving him, like, because when I leave, I have to leave him in there all by himself, separated from her, because I can't leave the door. Like, this shit's so overly complicated now with her, especially. It just put way more in it than needed to be here. Like, now when I leave the house, he can't look outside. I used to be able to leave the house, leave this door open, and he can walk over here, look outside, go back in there, lay down. Now, I leave the house, I have to shut him off from the outside world. But now I feel even more guilty about leaving. It's already bad. Because he can't go outside, and I felt bad about him not being able to go outside. Now I feel bad about him not even being able to look outside when I'm gone. So, dude, I feel like shit every day, pretty much. And it just keeps on going, keep evolving, keep it on, keep it on, keep it on. What the fuck? There's no end in sight. And the end is going to be depressing as shit, because that's going to be Simon dying. And it's going to be her finally getting freedom and getting to go out there, and he's going to be gone now. Fuck! Fuck! There's not a day that goes by that I don't think about that shit. She's gonna be like, hi, hey, it's time to play. Where is he? Where did he go? He's just not gonna be here. Or I'm gonna have to show her his dead body. I've never had to deal with anything like that before. I don't even know. I don't. It would have been easier to not have her when he passes. Much easier for me to deal with it, because it would have been a new chapter in my life. Now, it's not a new chapter. It's just the same old, but she'll have more freedom. But I'll still have to do the cat thing for the next 15, 20 years. Want for this to happen. Ask for like another cat, man. It's dramatically complicated his end days too, because he doesn't want to have to ask to open that all damn day long. He doesn't want to have to ask for that. Yeah, sure. Maybe he somewhat likes having a companion around. He's like, hey, this is cool. I got another cat here with me. That makes it all for him. The way he bites her and shit all the time. I don't know if they like each other or not. Stop. I need a fucking break, vacate. I need fucking time off from these cats, dude. Normal people get that. What, dude? What? Can you hear him meowing right now? Out of nowhere for no reason? Fuck you, Simon. Fuck you. What am I supposed to do, Simon? Need a kid to play with or something. Thought them having each other would be enough, man. Good a ways. I'm gonna stop putting out food at noon. I'm gonna put out food in the morning and the afternoon. Now on. I'm probably gonna start getting off at around noon. Here all day like this happening. Quite frankly, it's embarrassing. Because I look like a fucking loser. Outside looking in, a guy my age just sits on his ass all day doing nothing. To most people, is a fucking loser. To most people. In America, at least. Maybe in other countries, be like, hey, that dude's got it made. Look like a loser. It just wants I just want to talk to somebody so bad. that I'm willing to sit here all day by myself staring at a monitor so that somebody will come talk to me.